It's Thursday night, and you know what that means. It's time for some high-octane, no-limit hold'em action. And the best place for it, Texas Card House Houston. Hello, everybody. I am Wes Tucker, and I'll be keeping you company throughout tonight's frivolities as we've got a table full of familiar faces and a couple new ones. And we will get names to go with those faces in just a moment. But a good lineup nonetheless as we get right into the action. One of the new faces, VAR, at the table. Right next to him in the 2-seat is a man who goes by the name of Donuts, and HV will join us in the 3-seat. Other than that, it's some of your favorite characters from episodes past, including the man, myth, and legend himself. That is A-Town, who wakes up on the button with Ace Jack of Hearts. He's going to bump things up here. Make it 20 to go. Biscuit returning to the black felt, as will Cade, as he will fill up the 9-seat this evening. But three ways. We go to our first flop, and it's 9 high, couple of clubs. Cade with the flush draw with the clean diaper, I might add, but now the board pairing 8s. Does have bottom pair to go along with it because he's a 60% favorite right now, as nobody else is connected with the board just yet. But Biscuit's going to get drawn out of the woodworks to bet here. You know, Cade's not going anywhere, and A-Town with Ace Jack will stick around, picking up the heart draw on the turn. To the river, and there is a 9 of diamonds. So the board pairing twice, meaning that ace high is good for A-Town. Counterfeiting poor Cade. But Biscuit's going to lean into it. A good sizing, 75 bucks. You know, Cade can't call at this point. He's beaten by really any 4 at this point. And we get back around to A-Town, see if he can come away with the winner here, or if he gets talked into folding. We've seen him talk himself, or rather think himself, into a corner a couple times on stream before, but will make the call. Ace high is a monster. So A-Town, in his grand return to the studio, will drag the first pot of the evening. As you can see there on the left side of your screen, the Poker Atlas Tour beginning on April 10th. We are getting closer and closer to another great installment of Poker Atlas Tour tournaments and 16 trophy events, all culminating in a $500,000 guaranteed main event. Of course, the main event, not the only thing to be excited about. We've got, of course, our mystery bounty. That'll be the first big multi-flight event for the Poker Atlas Tour. That's going to kick off on the 11th of April. It's a $250,000 guarantee. And all kinds of awesome tournaments on the horizon. We'll talk more about them as the broadcast goes on. Frank, how are you, my friend? Hope your Thursday is off to a great start, or if it's coming to a great end, or however it's going. Hope it's going great. Looky here, looky here. Good times have come the way of David, who wakes up with a couple of red Cowboys. Going to make it 20 to go. Cade with Jack 10 offsuit. You know, he's going to stick around. So we go heads up to it. It's been a while since we've seen David on the stream. Glad to see him back, as that's the last thing you want to see with Pocket Kings, an ace-high flop. Cade will check it, but David going to put a little feeler bet out there. Wants to know where he's at right now in the hand. And will get the fold from Cade.
I don't want to play 2 games. I'll play 1 game. I'm not going to cross. Yeah, let's just do the Nicky. Because then it gets really...
Of course, another notable in seat 7, gentleman going by the name of Chipwreck. He is going to... that was Greek from last week's episode. And then following the 1-2 streams, he does play on those as well. Good to see him here on the big stage here Thursday nights. Of course, it was able to talk him into using the name Chipwreck. Was sitting with him at a 1-2 table this morning and said, you know what a really awesome name would be for a stream? He says, what? And I say, Chipwreck. And he says, I'm going to use it. I said, I'd be insulted if you didn't. But now HV with 8-4 offsuit saying no thank you. And now Chipwreck, Queen Tray offsuit. Just got a flat here.
I mean, I don't know if this is going to be an issue, but if somebody busts out, they're still over.
Yeah, they're not going to
And Donut with ace high. Calling the raise from Biscuit. And one thing we learned about Chipwreck is he does not like to fold, so he's going to go ahead and make this call as well. So we go 3 ways to the flop. And the flop is queen high. Pairing 9s is going to be Biscuit. And pairing 5s is Donut. So everybody catching a piece of that board. Chipwreck with top pair. Got to go ahead and lead out. Action over to Biscuit in the 8 seat. Looks like he wants to stick around with second pair. Meanwhile, Donut with a pair of 5s will find the fold button. And you can see the red buttons in front of the players. We'll get to that in just a moment. But we get back to the action here as Chipwreck continuing to trend in the right direction when it comes to the percentages. That's 50. Biscuit snap calls. We go to the river. It's a 4. And not the most ideal of cards for Chipwreck, but he knows Biscuit, the pre-flop aggressor, really isn't going to have any real 7-8 or even 3-7 combinations. But Biscuit will pay him off there on the river. So as you can see, the red buttons in front of the players indicate the nit game. How the nit game works is very simple. If you win a hand and show the hand, you have the right to relinquish the nit button. Last player holding the nit button will pay a predetermined tax to each player at the table. And I believe they have agreed on the $10 mark for the taxes this evening. One of the 2 certainties in life, death and taxes. And that's true in poker as well.
Like a suited 8-3.
That's good enough.
Good hand.
That's suited.
Leaf, I hope you're doing well, my friend. Doing very well myself. It's Thursday night. Got a lot of great poker on the horizon as this flop comes out. 9-9 queen immediately goes check, check. We go to the turn, which will bring the flush draw into play for Biscuit. Pairing 6s, however, for HV, but Biscuit's going to lead into him. And Biscuit not drawing thin. He's got 11 outs, as you can see. And we'll pick up one of those outs on the river. See what kind of value Biscuit can get out of him here. I couldn't get anything, as it seems there. It's like I fell a little behind on my tracking of the action. But yes, Leaf, agree with you 100%. If you haven't already, hit that like button. And while you're at it, go ahead and subscribe. Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State.
I like the fact that it's a slash bot thing, because then you have a chance to win it back.
Yeah, then you can win it back.
Little redemption.
I bet you, I mean, the pre-flop action has to be fucking crazy with that.
Yeah, well, if you're the loser, I
feel like there's probably like way higher chance to be some all-ins.
if you're the loser and you flop and you get aces and then you get busted.
That would suck.
Yeah.
Let's just do an all-in with less than.
Grab a 6, 6, 4, 7, 4, 8, 4, 9, 4.
Well, both A-Town and Chipwreck with similar hands here. Chipwreck elects to see a flop with it, though. He's going to call the straddle of 6. Donut, after VAR raises, is going to see the flop with the Mighty Ducks. Couple of deuces, and Chipwreck, of course, will stick around as well. So 4 players going to the flop. And look at that. Chipwreck ends up flopping a good flush draw. Second nut flush draw at that. You take a look now. He's a 50% favorite, and he hasn't touched the board just yet. He will get Donut out of there. Open-ended is VAR. And a gutter ball from David. He's going to stick around. He's got backdoor diamond outs as well as his gutter. Interesting to see Chipwreck fold a draw like this, but nonetheless, we're going heads up. VAR and David to the turn, and David pairs 7s.
I was mad at myself. I took Texas in this game, but all the Mountain West schools are actually good at basketball this year.
Appreciate the compliment, Leaf. Appreciate it very much.
They're pretty good. Why didn't you tell me that 20 minutes ago?
VAR gonna bet 150 at it, as he did complete the open-ended straight on David's pairing of the 7s. And David gonna stick around, so off we go to the river. 553 in the middle, and the ace of spades will grace us with their presence on the river. We'll see what kind of value VAR can get here. Yeah, 553 in the pot. I think maybe around the maybe 175 to $200 margin. Be the best value bet for him here, considering the range of David. But he does go for 400. And bigger bet sizing than I was anticipating, but you see David going into the tank here.
I love the Bruce Pearl as our coach. I mean, the women's team was so good for so many years.
And David does find the fold button, so VAR takes it down, catching his open-ender on the turn. And again, a reminder that your Fridays get off to the best possible start at Texas Card House Houston. The Friday Mayhem Super. Every Friday night at 6 p.m. It's a $20 buy-in featuring $20 rebuys, of course. A $10,000 guarantee, and we're guaranteeing $3,500 to first place. And that is every Friday starting at 6 p.m. And no better way to kick off your weekend than with a price point like that. And now Jack's in the hands of Chipwreck. Made a great fold. Just a hand to go, laying down a monster heart draw. Does bump the action here, makes it 40 to go with the hooks. Donut with a suited gapper. It's going to stick around, see the flop for $40. And those are the two that'll go heads up here. Jackson 9-7 suited. Flop comes king high. Again, last thing you want to see when you raise with jacks. And the run out continues. But of course the second king is going to give Chipwreck a little more confidence. He will bet it here, and it looks like that will chase Donut away. And it looks like with that, we're going to have our first dealer change of the evening. And if I'm not mistaken, that means we're also going to see a double board PLO bomb pot. So we say good night to Miss Helen and welcome Alan into the box. And while we welcome him in, of course, we talked about it briefly earlier, but the Poker Atlas Tour coming back beginning on the 10th of April. 16 trophy events, including a $500,000 main event. But don't forget, we got all kinds of tournaments for all kinds of tastes. Whether it's satellites, a monster stack style tournament, as well as the payday milestone satellites. Those are very interesting. And for those PLO players out there, we got one for you too. It's a 10K for first guaranteed PLO tournament for a buy-in of $600.
I'm drinking vodka and Red Bull.
So we get to it here. Again, if you're wondering, no, the nit game is not played during bomb pots. So if you win a bomb pot hand, you don't get to relinquish the nit button. But a couple of flops to see here, and 10's a key card. And would you look at that? David with 2 pair on the bottom board, as well as top pair on the first board. Of course, Biscuit with top set on that top board. Queens. Is the case queen on the board. As you can see, Chipwreck's got one in his repertoire. $50 the bet from Biscuit. Back round to Chipwreck. And Chipwreck will lay it down. So you can see here, Biscuit's in good position to scoop at the moment. We go to the turns, and look at that. Biscuit has the bottom board with the flush completely locked down. Meanwhile, we look at the top board, and Biscuit's got that one pretty much on lock too. He does have it on lock. Perhaps, no, there is an out to a 6. And that will not do it. So this is going to be a scoop for Biscuit.
That's 175.
Biscuit makes the call, and Biscuit will be pleased. Of course, not too often you see scoop hands in bomb pots like that. Always a great opportunity to see one.
I didn't think. I'll take what I can get.
Just watch it on the stream.
No poker advice.
No strategy. Yeah, scoop right there. Save money.
There's a mandatory live session.
Chipwreck back to it here. 10-8 offsuit under the gun +1, saying no thank you. But suited and connected is Biscuit. And now Cade awakens from his slumber. Gonna bump it up to 30 with ace-jack from the low jack. Var's got himself some suited connectors as well. Same ones as Biscuit, just in a different shade of black.
Let's get 100.
It's an interesting spot to 3-bet your suited connectors from the hijack. Do like the play, however. Donut's going to get chased away with king high. Going to get back around to Cade here. It's going to cost him 70 to go. And he will make the call. So heads up we go. And the flop comes 6 deuce deuce. So flopping top pair after 3-betting is Var. And you can see the top left of your screen there. Only 3 outs for Cade. He will make the fold, and to salt the wound a little bit, he's going to show him the hand that he's 3-bet with.
That's a great call.
You want to show that? Oh, of course you just make it. Damn.
Are you on like a bomb pot? Is that equal? If you win that, it doesn't
No.
that's what I thought. That's awesome. I didn't think so.
It's not a real hand of poker.
Of course, a big part of the Nick game is you have to show the hand you win with in order to relinquish the nit button. I can imagine that is the only reason Var would show that hand there.
This is all for show, right?
Burns on 4. Actions on 9 volts. 3 makes it 25. Quarter to play.
HV coming out of the woodwork here does so with Jack 6 off suit. Chipwreck right behind them with 10s, 8-down with Queen 9. We go 3 ways to the flop. And it's a 4-high board. Boy, 5-6 for Var would have worked back-to-back hands. But Chipwreck going to take the initiative with his overpair to the board.
50 to play.
Going to bet 50 at it with a gutter ball. HV is going to stick around. A-Town will fold his 2 overs. Into the turn we go. It's another deuce.
Yeah, absolutely. I read you, man. No, I got you. It actually works out well for both of us. Look at you.
And Chipwreck not shying away. But HV still going to make the call. Boy, must be calling with intent to bluff the river, but oof, the ace. Going to be an interesting card for HV to bluff with. We'll see if that slows down Chipwreck. It does. This is the opportunity for HV to steal this pot. It's got to be a big sizing. It's got to be about 200 if he wants to come away with it. And look at that. He does go over that 200 mark. Goes 325 in Chipwreck. Yeah, answers your question right there, Leaf. That is a perfect card to bluff on for HV. I mean, not only plausible to have the ace, but also plausible to check calling to a flush. Not to mention possibly some weird 5X combination, which would have given him an open ender that hits on the river. Boy, oh boy, what a play from HV as he gets to relinquish the nit button now.
Dude, that was a beautiful play. That was a beautiful play. Regardless of what it is. You're just trying to get rid of the nit button.
It doesn't help that you have this.
Yeah, indeed. And friends, don't forget about the other awesome tournaments we got going on here at Houston. Don't forget about the Thursday 10K guaranteed tournament. That's every Thursday starting at 6 p.m. It's a $240 buy-in, a 30K starting stack, and 20-minute blind levels. And every Thursday, get your lion's share of 10 grand. It's only going to cost you $240 to take your shot. And every Thursday at 6 p.m. And Chipwreck wakes up with the hooks once again. Second time he's had this hand this evening. And he's got a 3-bet. It makes it 150 to go. Biscuit, ace-queen suited right behind him. Tony Turgeson, glad to have you in the chat, my friend. Hope your Thursday is treating you well. We've seen some great poker already, so I am looking forward to seeing lots more of it. As we get back to A-Town here with his middle connectors. It's going to cost him $125 if he wants to see a flop with him. HV sticking around with 10-8 suited. Chipwreck, of course, with jacks, and Biscuit will hope to float one with ace-queen suited. So 525 in the middle pre-flop. And the flop comes up 9 high. Chipwreck with the jacks as well as a blocker to the flush. Not that he needs it, of course.
200 is the best.
But Chipwreck is going to bet it. Again, a rough beat in the last hand.
How much you got left, actually?
1, 2, 3.
And HV actually asking for how much he's got behind on a gutter. Backdoor diamonds as well. HV makes the call. Very interesting. To the turn we go. And the board pairs deuces. That's going to slow Chipwreck down. And just based on the range he saw last hand, that deuce may have scared him a little bit. Goes check, check. We go to the river. Oh, I think I'm going to be sick. Hits his gutter, and Chipwreck moves all in. Snap called, and there's the bad news as HV has rivered the straight. Oh my goodness. Words do not describe just how bad that is of a beat. Good night. So HV, his chip stack skyrockets to just under 2,500 after that hand. Cade right behind him with 1694, and Chipwreck's going to have to reach into the wallet and fire another bullet. Lucky indeed, Leif. Lucky indeed. Yeah, that's first word that comes to my mind too, Sasquatch 989. Gross.
How much is it?
And after checking that turn, it was inevitable all the chips would go in from pocket jacks.
Yes, sir. We want this first set. One ace to 25. 3 makes it 75 as well.
So far here, ace, king suited. HV's got a suited ace of his own, this one in diamonds. And he's got a 3-bet with it. Well, when you're running hot, why fight it? I mean, you can tell a 4-bet's coming from VAR here.
Nick, could you also get service? I need water.
And there it is.
15.
215 will be the bet. And he will stick around for it. So we go heads up to the flop. Again, another good pot brewing. 440 in the middle pre. It's a tray 9-9 flop. 2 clubs. And VAR checks it. HV checks back, and to the turn we go. A 5. So chop outs for HV as well as an out to the wheel. And VAR's gonna keep letting them draw. Oh my goodness, we go to the river and it will be the 8. So ace king is good if it gets to showdown. And VAR's gonna check again. Opening the way for HV to try and steal this pot if he wants to.
Showdown.
It does go check, check, and VAR takes it down with ace king.
Have the ace, I would have bluffed at it. Don't give me an ace, I'll stop blasting. Shaking my head. Turn, bet river. I bet you see that 10 over there. Jack 6, that's what they get folded. Did they do double straddle again?
No? On the stream, I don't know if it's different on the stream, but
So Chipwreck firing back into the game for $400. You can see there on your screen. Was the small blind just a hand ago.
$20 to play. It makes it 60.
Good shot on the turn.
And suited ace this time again for HV. This time in hearts, ace 6. David right behind him with ace 5. He's got a 3-bet it here. And HV, of course, going nowhere. So HV has David completely dominated pre-flop. We go to the flop, and he does end up with middle pair.
All in.
A lot of spades, and that's going to draw all in from David. He's got the ace of spades to boot. He's open-ended, has the ace of spades. Boy, David was in a fantastic position. And he wasn't going to play with his food any longer. Elects to jam all in. And that's one way to scare HV away. Of course, another stream regular we haven't heard from just yet is Shahid in seat 5. Hope to get him involved here soon. But HV, hey, he found the fold button. Look at that. This time it's A-Town with a 6 of hearts. He's going to just flat the 20. Biscuit and Cade right behind him. So 4 players to see the flop. And wow, top pair and the nut flush draw. Can't ask for a much better flop than that if you're A-Town.
6 makes it 80. $80.
let me have it, David. Just let me have it. Thank you. God.
Look at that. That's my hand. Oh my God, bro. This must go.
Thank you, God.
That's my hand.
And A-Town does bet at it. He will win the pot after the computer catches up here.
I wouldn't be, I'm happy I folded that. I would not want to see your ace.
That was my hand.
course, it was the 5 of hearts, not the 5 of clubs.
That's what like to sit in the flush, which is a hard flop. That's doing okay.
Oh, okay.
You did that flop.
I just wanted to get rid of
I
my
swear I had a
button,
thought
bro.
process behind it. I promise.
Oh, who still got a button?
There's a metagame going on right
Get
now,
ready.
right? Yeah.
Give me something like a shove.
I did it so I could fold.
He knows what's up. Yep. Bully time. It's bully time.
Actions on 4, make it 20.
HV with a suited gapper under the gun. And it looks like he's actually going to be straddling here, but David
105.
with King 10. And looky here. Aces for A-Town. He's going to 3-bet it, make it 105. Chipwreck right behind him with Ace Queen.
Are you watching the game? Are you watching the game?
Yeah, the game.
Okay, every time I look up, I feel like you're staring at me.
I also am staring at you.
Okay. I mean, I ain't cleaned up.
Wow, Chipwreck does find a fold with Ace Queen. Bar King Queen.
Let me have it, guys. Let me have it.
And now HV.
You make it $60.
I have no button.
Even HV found a fold. My goodness, the respect they're showing
I'm not making
A-Town.
it 60, bro. It's not. Dealer gets holler. Dealer gets holler.
Could have used I still got my nib bug, man.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Alright, I'm rooting for you, buddy.
Thank you.
Make it 75. I'll probably be in there too.
I'm not trying to price any sickos into these pots, dude. I've seen this guy go crazy with like whatever he had that. I don't want no action.
19 a heart. That's what you got.
No.
And take a look now at the stacks and earnings. HV still our top earner so far, with a net profit of $868 through the early goings. Meanwhile, Chipwreck throwing the party, down 826.
It was on stream. It was an early one on stream.
I don't think it was.
Other 2 players in the black right now are A-Town,
Doubled up on. No,
No, that was not.
and it looks like it was also Cade that was in the earnings category.
He had like a gutter and a sunshine for sure, 100%. But that was before the stream started. Because I would have looked at the stream.
Here we go. Some signs of life from seat 5 is Shahid with 8-6 of diamonds. Elects to raise it, make it 25 to go. Var with an offsuit dog, King 9.
If that hand was on stream,
And David, Kojak, bang bang, will stick around as well. 3 players to the flop.
not on stream, we just do a bomb pot. No, but I want it.
Flop comes 5 high, 2 spades. So open-ended is Shahid. And again, the respect he's getting there.
Great flop.
You just won $120 more than I did.
I know.
It's me and you down there, man. I see that.
Oh, shit. Bully time. Bully time, baby.
And we'll get you an update on who still has their knit button in just a moment.
120 slash button.
Oh, it's
Wait, is it 20 or is it 15?
And you can see the player VPIPs. The highest VPIP so far, David at 43%. We were talking about the slumber in seat 5, that's Shahid, sitting at 14% so far through the first 21 hands.
And they lost the net game and just won the 2%. Like, literally, it was amazing. And one queen won. It was Ben. Dr. Ben. They lost the net game and
My
won
chance.
2%.
Can I get a new setup?
I folded.
All the way to 1. Yes.
Your chance.
One,
It's been a pleasure with you, sir.
2 cards.
All right, here we go.
Jack 9 of hearts for Var.
20 play.
Gonna make it 20 to go. Donut's gonna stick around with some middle connectors. And it looks like Shahid with a decision here. He's gonna stick around with King Trey. So 3 players will see the flop. Flop comes Jack, 8, Queen, 2 spades. So ending up with a pair of jacks is Var. Goes check through to the turn, 5 of spades, bringing the flush draw and open ender into play for Donut. And that's going to give him the confidence he needs to bet at it.
45.
Shahid with 1 over to the board and a blocker to the flush.
My hero down there.
To the river, it's the tray of clubs.
1 checks, 2 bets.
So VAR checks it over to Donut. Donut sizing up a bet. Snap called.
Third down.
He'll show the jack.
Sick call. That's good. That's good.
Thank you. Yes, please. Buttons on 3.
And I do believe that the last 3 players holding their knit buttons are Donut, Cade, and Biscuit. So between those 3, the knit game is still going. Everyone else has relinquished their knit button.
Shoot, that's 200. My fault. 200 might make me come up. I'll make him think a little bit. I think it's gonna take a little bit more than that.
Section's on 7.
And a new setup was delivered to the table, so it took a second to get the cards scrambled and pitched out. Chipwreck with the first hand with a new setup. Going to wake up with ace 4 of spades.
The buttons on 3. Yeah, straddle 6.
So we wait for the action to catch up here. Yeah, hope everybody's enjoying the broadcast so far. It's been an electrifying game, to say the absolute least. We go as the computer starts to catch up here.
All the way back around.
VAR with ace queen, got a 3-bet, makes it 85 to go. Chipwreck will stick around, and we'll see if Biscuit elects to hang around as well. Yes, he does. So heads up, we go to the flop. It is king high, couple of clubs. Backdoor spades. A opportunity for Chipwreck. And VAR gonna make the pretty standard continuation bet here with an ace or a king on the board. Makes it 90 to go. And we'll chase Chipwreck away. Yeah, like all the help I'm getting in the chat today from Leaf and also from Phony. Look at that. Hit that like button. Absolutely. And while you're at it, go ahead and subscribe. Don't miss any exhilarating action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the great Lone Star State.
I thought they changed it. I knew it used to be. I don't watch sports like this.
In 6 deuce under the gun for Chipwreck.
9 raises to 30.
Looks like he is going to straddle. Biscuit with the suited gapper. 9-7 and spades going to make the call, but you give HV a real hand and see what happens. He's going to 3-bet it. King, queen makes it 100 to go. They'll chase Biscuit away, but Cade will stick around in an effort to get rid of his knit button. So another big pot pre-flop involving HV. The board comes ace high rainbow. I believe it, Leaf. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. HV takes it down just by being aggressive. He's been the most aggressive player at this table when it comes to the bet sizing. The VPIP numbers, however, he's in second place. So still very aggressive.
I see people blast on green cake just to save 120.
This is all my food stamp money right here. You know what I mean? I'm out of candles and all that.
Buttons on top.
And Cade looking to get rid of his button. Looks down at ace queen. Looks like as good a hand of any. Wait, I don't think I see the button in front of Cade anymore. So I may have missed something there. We know Donut still got his. He's going to stick around. Oh, there it is. They are the last two with the knit button. That's Donut and Cade. So we get over to A-Town. He's got himself some suited connectors. You know he's not going anywhere with that hand. Biscuit will stick around with 5 tray of clubs. So 4 ways we go to the flop. And what a flop it is. Ace, king, king, 2 spades. So Cade, an opportunity to hand Donut the L. It does check round to the turn, and now the 10 is going to give A-Town a pair. Whereas with that, Biscuit will fold it. Cade will show the ace queen. Knit button has been taken away, and that means Donut is going to have to pay.
Oh, it's a splash pop.
And just in case you have not watched any of the streams before this, they do the knit game a little differently. Rather than paying the tax directly to the players, instead, the player who loses a knit game will end up splashing the pot instead. So they won't pay it directly to the players. It gives everybody the opportunity, including the one who lost the knit game, to win their money back.
Your $6 style is really gonna intimidate a lot of people in this $120 splash.
Wait, is there a $6 strategy?
Yes, yes. It's a mandatory strategy. It's a mandatory strategy.
I thought it went straight to the flop. Regular hand.
Header, what's going on, buddy? Good to see you in the chat again, my friend. But Donut's going to ship it with ace king, and that is how you defend your splash pot. Gotta love it. Shahid with Jack 10.
You're in now. I can
Looks like he wanted to make the call initially, but does find the full button. A-Town with a small suited connector. Does fold to get back around to chip rack. 7-8 suited. Will he gamble? Yeah, those cards are about as live as it gets. But he will fold it. 2 players left to act. Biscuit's got suited connectors of his own, and Cade with a hand you can double down with and not much else.
Let's go. Dude. I would absolutely.
That is how you defend the splash pot you had to put up. You gotta love it.
No, it's way less gangster. If you did that with 10-5 suited, I would fucking.
Hey, come on. That's
You didn't have anything ace king. That's the best. 10-5 suited even, I would give him 5.
That's the same thing.
I had 3, 4 diamonds and I wanted to call it.
All the tape talk.
You were thinking about it too, weren't you?
Somebody could have
I do the same here. I was thinking about it, man. I was
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
this is like this little connection. But it's like,
I'm not the worst player.
Nowadays, David's not.
I got my money back. I don't even try to. I got my money
So you can see that Donut's still down about $300, but saved himself the splash pot by jamming with Ace King. And look at this, Donut's got himself a new hand now. 9s to work with. And interesting, he's just going to limp it here. Limp the 9s. HV right behind him with jacks. He's going to raise to 25. David with king queen, 3 bets to 75. Boy, we've got some blood in the water, and the sharks are circling. And now VAR with ace 10 of clubs. Oh my.
One raises, make it 200.
He's going to make it 200 to go. The 4 bet. Boy, and 9s shrink way up on a hand like this. And now HV with the jiggities. Do I smell a 5 bet incoming?
Freaks me out. Look at me.
3 raises, make it
And there it is, the 5 bet from HV. He's going to make it 500 to go. And now the initial 3 better David has to say no thank you. VAR just going to flat it. So we've got a little over $1,000 in this pot pre-flop. It's an ace, king, tray, 2-heart flop. VAR gonna check his pair of aces, HV. See what he elects to do here. The pre-flop 5 better checks back. To the turn, it's a 5. Boy, if I see a jack on this river, I think I'm gonna be sick. VAR checking. See if HV fires. There he goes. He's reaching for the stack.
We have another coming in.
And there it is, the bet 400. And VAR gonna flat it. We go to the river, 1,885 in the middle. River comes, deuce of hearts. So we'll see if VAR bets for any value here or if he's gonna try to catch HV bluffing. He does check it over to him. And we saw how quickly VAR called. The bet on the turn goes check, check. And the ace is a monster. Takes down a big pot. Again, a 5 bet pot pre-flop.
Crazy hand, obviously.
Big hello to you too, Robert. Hope your Thursday night's treating you well. Thanks for tuning in. But with that pot, VAR stack soars to just under 3,200, taking a massive pot from HV. And you're looking for the most exciting 1-3 action. You have found it right here. This group loves to gamble, and they are fantastic players and bluff readers as well.
What was the pre-flop? I'll put you on like 200. It's 200. Raise it 30, raise it 75, 200. It's a 200 pre-flop.
Back round to Biscuit now with King High. Looks like he has no desire to go to war with it, but Donut with King Queen suited. He's going to call the raise from David with his middle connectors. We go to the flop. It is ace high. Immediately check, check. Another ace to the turn. And that's going to draw a donut out of the woodwork. And David has no choice but to fold. And it looks like we got a dealer change on the horizon. Well, we'll get one more hand in before that happens. The mighty 7 deuce for David, saying no thank you to it. Shahid, a suited Queen X holding. Makes it 30 to go. And we say goodnight to A-Town, but welcome into Michael. Again, the kid has been a phenom on the last couple of 1-3 streams. Glad to see him back. So get over to HV, who's got a hand that's a strong 3-bet candidate. Does make it 100 to go. First will entice Shahid to stay around. Cade with a suited gapper saying no thank you. So heads up we go to the flop. And a flop is good for Shahid. Ends up flopping a pair of 9s. And as I live and breathe, Colton in the chat. Good to hear from you, my friend. The turn will bring a 3rd spade to the board. And it looks like it's also going to draw HV out from hiding.
260 is the bet.
Bet from HV going to be 260. And Shahid will find the fold button.
Give him a 10 high flop. 2 clubs, 1 down.
Appreciate it, Phony, very much. Appreciate it. Of course, the easiest way to get more is just tell everybody about us. Go ahead, share the links, and just tell everybody about it. Love to see the increase in viewership we have every week. It's been a fantastic show. And I mean, I'm truly blessed to be able to do this show with you every week. It's been a fantastic ride so far, and looking forward to many more in the future. Of course, with our dealer change here, it means we're going to have ourselves a double board PLO bomb pot. Yeah, I know most of you are familiar with it, but for those who aren't, I'll explain real quick. The players will be dealt 4 cards face down after anteing, after which they will see 2 flops. And then it's a chop pot game between the top board and bottom board. So a couple of flops now. You see the 7 of hearts ended up being the burn. A couple of good flops to work with here. Very draw heavy.
4 fold, 5 calls, 6 calls, 7 calls.
Again, some interesting hands here. Got the queen high diamond draw on the bottom board. Don't see a jack in anybody's hand for the bottom, but nines full of jacks is going to work just as well for chipwreck. And Chipwreck gonna go ahead and ship it all in for 264. Biscuit gonna make the call with the nut diamond draw. That's about it. To the river it goes. He does pick up. Did he pick it up? No, he's got, nines full of jacks on the bottom board for Chipwreck. And meanwhile, he will take the top board after rivering that queen. Wow.
Good job.
I can't play the I gotta take off.
See, there you go. Bomb pots in its purest form. Was good with the king before the queen showed up. Ended up with 2 pair on that top board.
I don't want to pay the new tax when I gotta take off.
Again, that does conclude our first hour of coverage of tonight's action. Again, it has been a fantastic first hour. Looking forward to a few more great ones, of course, with this group. I'm expecting non-stop action. And Wes Tucker here keeping you company as we continue right along through our show. The Poker Atlas Tour about to make another stop here at TCH Houston. And those events kick off on April 10th, as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there. Dive into a few more of the tournaments. We put a spotlight on a few already, but of course, many more to talk about, including some very interesting milestone satellites, if you're familiar with how those work. Cade with Queen Jack. Gonna raise it from the cutoff. Yeah, about as good a hand as any to raise with from that position, but Donut right behind him has him dominated with Ace Jack, David Jack 9, and King 7 for HV. And King in the window. Why am I surprised? Open-ended, however, is Cade with Queen Jack. And he's going to bet 60 at it. And we'll see HV just going to flat with it here. And a little surprised to not see a raise. But open-ended of his own is David. We got an interesting hand brewing as we go to the turn. There's the queen. So not only does that pair queens, it gives the straight to David. So we got top pair against second pair against the straight. And now, how about this? How about Broadway? Broadway for both Cade and David. And 25, the bet from David. Can feel a raise coming here after rivering Broadway. There is the raise, and now HV makes the fold. There's the call. Chop it up.
What the hell is going on?
Some rotten luck for David there as the ace made this a chop. He was good until that river. But nonetheless, it's better to chop than to lose.
Yeah, I'll do a water, easy water, and
So a straddle here from Shahid. Yeah, he may not know it yet, but we do. He's got ace tray offsuit when the action gets back around to him. Chipwreck with king 10 and clubs. Gonna have to see what goes around here as it's been 3-bet by Donut now with Jack 6 offsuit. Chipwreck makes the call, as will Biscuit. We go 3 ways to the flop. Flop comes all hearts, 10 high. So Chipwreck with top pair, second kicker. And he's going to bet at it, $20. And here comes Donut. Donut going to raise him, make it $175 to go. You can see there, Donut drawing to only 3 outs. But wow, does get Chipwreck to fold it. Again, Donut's one of those players that really never gets out of line too often, but when he does, you never see it coming.
how about peanut M&M? I did.
You wanted to
In the dress.
Okay.
Hey, this is mine.
Hey, babe, you want another Modelo? It's just me. Okay.
Of course, if you haven't gotten your fill of TCH Live just yet, don't forget from Houston tomorrow, we've got the Friday night 1-2 No Limit stream. And then, of course, our Sunday Fun Day stream. Again, that one will kick off about 4 o'clock on Sunday.
7 fold, 8 fold, 9 fold.
Well, we've still got you for a few more great hours of poker with a awesome group, I do have to say, as David wakes up in the small blind with ace 7 offsuit, bumps it up, makes it 25 to go. Shahid right behind him with 6-7 of hearts. And Michael, been uncharacteristically quiet so far. Hope that changes as the stream goes on. But that's a pretty decent flop, I'd say, for Shahid. When we get back, you'll see his 6-7 of hearts. However, the bet and call. Shahid pairing now. Pairing is 6. He's ahead there. See 85% on your screen. Bet 75 added. David sticks around with the open-ender. Little does he know, same open-ender as Shahid, but the pair of 6s is good, provided he's not bet out of it. And Shahid will bet it. Goes for some good value there. I think he's got David exactly on an ace-X holding like this. He knows that ace-X holding missed. It's going to be $350 to make the call, and David will fold. check back in with our player stacks and earnings. You see VAR, the big earner so far, up $1,500. Again, took a massive pot off the only other player in the positive earnings category, and that's HV, who's now up $221. And these guys were playing for a little while before the cameras started rolling. And they're going to be playing well into the night as well. It's a good group. A lot of fun to talk to.
One fold. 2 bets 30. 3 raises to 100.
Donut with Queen 9. Going to bump it up, make it 30. But HV, there's the HV we know. Makes it $100 to go with a middle suited connector. And David with a middle suited gap are going to make the call. Chipwreck with a pocket pair does make the lay down. We get back to Donut here. We'll see if he elects to see a flop for $70 more. He will not. So, some middle connectors and some middle gappers, both suited, will go to war here. I'm feeling an ace-ace-9 flop. Let's see what we got. No, that's next best thing though. 6-7 queen, just enough to make Donut wish he had stuck around. But an open ender for David, second pair for HV, and HV is going to lead out with it. 120 the bet, 120 the call to the turn, and that will do it there as David completes his open ender. But now, hold on, HV is open-ended as well. He's got chop outs and diamond outs, as you can see. He's got 8 outs total on the top of your screen. And it looks like HV went ahead and jammed all in a snap call from David as he has got the straight right now to the river. Oh, and whoa, they're going to make me wait. They're going to do it twice. Looks like they're going to do it twice. 8. And will he complete the flush on the second board? No, he will not. So David is going to double up off of HV. So after getting off to one of the hottest starts we've seen in recent TCH Houston history, HV finds himself down to $663, and David Stack soars into the positive earnings category, just under $2 grand.
Probably thought he was losing one of those. That's weird. You want to have fun. Gambling like that, let's have fun.
That leads to some really bad stuff. Then it's $1,000 for red or black. And then
Here we can see our VPIP. Again, David's still the highest VPIP at the table. HV has dropped significantly from the second spot to the third spot.
black games are going to get unstuck.
Donut right behind David and just in front of Biscuit at 36%. And Michael, the lowest VPIP, but again, he's only been at the table for 7 hands. So I really don't think it's fair to compare him to the VPIPs of the others, but nonetheless, he is the lowest.
Fold 1 raise to 25. So 2 calls, 3 fold, 4 fold, 5 fold, 6 fold.
He gets back over to VAR in the 1 seat.
1 made it 25, 2 calls, 3 fold, 4
Makes it 25 to go. Biscuit, pardon, Donut. Boy, we got Donut and Biscuit. Shahid with sevens makes the call to 253. My goodness. This pot got real big, real fast. So fast I couldn't even keep track of it. But nonetheless, here we are. Chipwreck with top pair. Biscuit with an over to the board and a flush draw. VAR with what can be viewed as second pair. A club draw, backdoor club draw for Dota, as well as an opportunity for a backdoor straight. And Shaheen's got what he can see as second pair. Boy, what a hand we've got developing here as Chipwreck moves all in for 50. Biscuit makes the call. Well, at least we assume he made the call. Looks like the computer is now backtracked a little bit. And Biscuit will make the call. VAR will fold out. Donut. And to the turn we go. It's the 10 of clubs. And it looks like the river's already been put out too, so now we just got to play the catch-up game. Board pairs deuces on the river. Boy, oh boy, apologies to everybody at home. I couldn't even keep up with that one. And now Biscuit with queen high. He's going to bet at it, 250. Chipwreck was not all in, as you can see. We got a big pot here, $1,766. And now Chipwreck is facing a bet that's going to put him all in. Does make the call, and he's going to be happy he did so, as Chipwreck is going to drag this pot.
But I don't call my tens with your jack six off, the other good hand.
So again, Chipwreck has been the punching bag, at least one of the punching bags of the table all night so far. And does come away with a big pot. So welcome back to the land of the living, my friend. Gonna be $6 to go. HV with Jack 5 of Hearts, gonna bump it up, make it 20. Some action from the 6th seed as Michael joins the party. And the flop comes. King high, 2 hearts. Michael with second pair, HV with the heart draw. Michael does have the nut blocker to said heart draw. And he will stick around, so off we go to the turn. And now he's got trip nines. So if he wasn't going anywhere now, he's definitely not going anywhere anymore. Well, I just realized how poorly I phrased that, but I'm going to overlook it as he bets 40. And he's going to stick around, wants to see the river. Go to that river. It's the king. So 9's full of kings for Michael. HV checks his option over to the young man in seat 6. See what kind of value we can go for. Bet is 50. And a snap fold from HV. So Michael drags his first pot of the evening. And Michael also a fixture on the 1-2 live streams.
No, I don't actually. Not two of you behind me. You had 7-8. I understand that because and then he called with 8-5 suited, and you're both in here. It's a strange play. You know what I mean? You can't understand why we think that.
So look at that. Donut, queens, under the gun, facing the straddle. He's going to make it 25 to go.
5 fold, 6 fold, 7 fold.
Michael with his suited gappers will stick around. Biscuit with the dog. Cade with 4s. And how about VAR with Jack 10?
1 fold.
Definitely can't go anywhere with that much hand.
5 players.
So 5 players will see this flop. And that's exactly the flop I was hoping for with 5 players in there. Let's play some poker, y'all. Couple of deuces and a 5, 2 clubs. No player having to worry about clubs. The Cade will bet it.
1 fold, 2 calls, 75, 6 fold.
Donut just going to flat here with the queens, and Michael with a gutter ball decides to leave. The ace makes things a little interesting, though. It's going to slow everybody down, including Donut, I assume. Yes, it does, to the river. And there's the king. Does continue. Check, check, and queens are good. Biscuit here in the 8th seat with Ace King. Does raise it up. Been a little bit since we heard from him, but VAR with a premium hand of his own. Queen Jack and Donut with Ace High will stick around. So 3 ways to the flop we go. It is a, oh boy, flopping the nuts right there with Queen Jack is VAR. Does manage to get checked all the way around. Now the tray of spades to the turn. There you go. Got to bet the nuts here. No, pardon. Not the nuts. I read that 7 is an 8, and I apologize, everybody. But nonetheless, VAR does take it down. Did have the best draw. And for those who still have to do some sort of driving today, please be careful. It's been a rainy day all day. Raining sideways. Not to mention the electrical storms we've seen. And there was some thunder so loud it actually shook paintings off the walls of my house this morning. My two big tough guard dogs wound up hiding in the closet. So back to my thesis statement, of course. If you must drive out there tonight, please be careful.
9 bets 20.
As we get the action back to Cade, who with ace 10 of diamonds is going to make it 20 to go. And we'll take it down pre-flop in the process. And Michael found his way into the plus category on the last pot that he dragged. He's up $20. Again, $20. And not a huge profit, but profit is profit when it comes to poker. Chipwreck trending in the right direction as well after getting off to a very slow start this evening.
9 raises 25. 1 fold. 2 fold. 3 fold. 4 calls. 2 players. 4 checks. 9 checks.
And pair of fours is a monster here. Picks up the opportunity for both the wheel and a heart draw on this turn. And now wanting to see the river will be Cade. We go heads up to the river. It's the king of clubs. So ace high accompanied by the pair of fours. Sorry. But ace high alone was good. But the fours will take it down. It's a good question, Robert. I've got a golden retriever and a black Labrador. And they are the sweetest guys, but when you talk about guard dogs, you know, if someone breaks into my house, I am rightly and truly screwed. I think the worst thing they'll do to an intruder is lick them to death.
8 raises 25. 9 folds. 1 fold.
King 10 here for Biscuit.
4 folds.
It's going to make it $25 to go. Bringing the action back around to Shahid, who will make the call with Jack 7 off suit. And to the flop we go. Heads up. Ace 9 ace.
8 checks.
Very cool, dogs. Very cool indeed. We actually almost got a pincher a couple months ago. A buddy of mine back up in Connecticut had a litter and almost drove all the way to Connecticut to pick her up.
Thank you.
But nonetheless, I do love my boys very much. But again, I truly hope no one breaks into my house. And look at these stacks here. HV still with a big stack. He did add on to it. VAR with a big stack of his own there. It's up to just under 2,900. David, 1,912. Those are our 3 big ones at the table. And Donut with a pocket pair of trays. Gonna make it 20 to go. HV and Michael will stick around for the journey. Flop comes. Jack, 9, 10, 2 spades. And right now the trays are out in front. Board pairs nines. Again, the tray is still in front right now, but in danger of being counterfeited. But they will remain good. It's going to be nines and trays with a queen, the winning hand. And I can see this just continuing to go check, check. That is a dangerous board to bet regardless of who you are, but Donut will take it down with a pair of threes.
I'll take another water.
And always a danger of being counterfeited, especially when you fail to hit your set when you're set mining with the deuces, trays, even fours, sometimes fives. You can classify into that same set mining category. I do remember one time, I don't remember what stream it was. It was a tournament stream. And at a full ring final table, a gentleman did shove 10 big blinds with pocket deuces, got 6 callers, and somehow the deuces held through 6 callers. Nobody else managed to connect with the board. 2 players had ace-king. Man, it was absolutely nuts. I think I may have been dancing around in the booth. I was so excited to see that happen. Speaking of set mining hands, Biscuit from under the gun +1 with fives. He's going to call here, make with the straddle of 6. Cade and VAR with the same holding, but Cade a little better in the percentage category as he is suited. Absolutely, phony. You're speaking my language, sir.
You should have lost the game, man.
Everybody loses the big game.
You know, a lot of the old Burt Reynolds movies still hold up. Smokey and the Bandit for sure. Gator, timeless classic. Even the original Longest Yard still. So we get back here. Biscuit does hit his set with his fives. And Cade, who ends up with the diamond draw, is going to bet at it. Biscuit with a blocker to the diamonds as well. As they go heads up to the turn here, we wait to see what the turn brings us. It does complete the flush. And Cade gonna bet at it. Looks to be an even 100. 7 outs for Biscuit. And he's all in the snap call. And they're gonna run it twice. So we'll see if Biscuit can catch the board pairing. So he's going to have to sweat it with the flush. 2 boards coming. First one, quads. How about we get one on the second board as well? To the river. He does! He fills up on the river, too. Oh, my goodness. Wow, wow, wow. Quads and a boat. Good God, I love this game.
Whatever your last album
Get back to your roots, man.
Back to the dogs conversation there, Robert. I mean, my black lab, very strong, very intelligent animal. And I do believe that he would give some sort of protection to it. My golden retriever is probably the most skittish dog I've ever seen. It's almost as if a dog were raised by a cat. I mean, he even has the mannerisms of a cat. He'll walk on the back of the furniture. He likes to sit on the arms of the couch instead of on the couch itself. I really do. I have a big golden cat. So we do have ourselves a dealer change. We'll say good night to Rafe. And hello to Miss Kath. Yeah, personally, I do agree, Phony. I never run the board twice. I mean, I'm not going to stop a player if they want to. But especially, like, if I'm in the hand, I only run it once. I came to play cards. And if I can't beat you on that first board, then I'm not going to bother with a second one. If I'm getting my chips in that bad, I don't deserve a chance to suck out on you on a second board. But we get to the action here as Michael will look down at an interesting holding there. Does have backdoor spades on both boards, as well as a two-pair holding on the bottom board. Chipwreck with aces. Aces 8-5. There's top set on that top board for HV. He's going to pot it here, makes it 150 to go. And Biscuit does have the nut flush draw on the bottom board. And Chipwreck really not in good shape right now. But he is pondering this call here. Does make the laydown. Good for him. And we know Biscuit's not going anywhere. So he's got the wheel draw as well as the club draw. He does hit the club draw on the bottom board. And nine's full of ducks up top, so this is going to be a chop pot. There's no way either player could bet each other out of this one. I mean, HV does have a deuce, so he's blocking the nuts to the top board, which would be quad deuces. All in goes HV, Biscuit with the call, and let's run the inconsequential rivers. Cool, cool. Chop it up. And some other stream regulars may notice that we are playing without the reverse button this evening. So the only pot limit Omaha variant will be the double board bomb pots throughout tonight's broadcast. And it was a decision that was reached by the table before the game started. Yeah, it's not a decision I disagree with at all. It does keep the game moving faster. PLO hands tend to develop more slowly than Hold'em hands do. So we get back to the action here. David with an offsuit ace, gonna bump it up, make it 20. Shahid, suited king, and Chipwreck says no thank you, but here's another good one. King Jack of hearts for Biscuit. Three players to the flop we go. And a couple of clubs. Queen 5 deuce is the board. And Shahid with the second nut flush draw is going to bet 40 at it, and he will scare everybody away in the process. I mean, it's an interesting conundrum, too, when you talk about, you know, running it twice. I mean, I've seen a board run, I saw a board just today, actually, that was run 3 times. You know, again, it was just seeing the river 3 times, not saying I was a fan of it at all. It was just interesting to see. Because I see run it twice all the time. It's rare to see it run more than twice. I mean, even when we talk about the software used to make this broadcast here, it gives us the option to run it 4 or 5 times if the players wanted to. But again, if I'm in the hand, I'm telling you right now, it's only going to have one board. Chipwreck with the suited computer hand, Queen 7 of clubs. Going up against Michael's Queen Tray. And it's a king high board, 2 clubs, so Chipwreck in good shape. And Michael, his outs right now are really a 3 and only a 3, but not that 3, not that 3. Oh boy. Chipwreck completes the flush. Michael with bottom pair. And Michael will bet at it. Makes it 30 to go. And here comes a raise from Chipwreck. A little shocked to see the raise here. And see if you can get Michael to continue firing at it. I mean, you're in position at this point. Maybe lost out on some value here if you're Chipwreck. There you go. Michael does fold the hand. Again, especially if you can catch a lucky card like a queen or possibly even another tray, you know, Michael may barrel that again, and you might be able to get more value out of him gaining equity with the river. So HV with the middle suited connectors, 8-7 in diamonds. And he is Under the gun +2 with it. Makes it $20 to go. Kojak of diamonds in the muck. Biscuit with Queen Trey of diamonds. And how about Cade with Ace Queen? Gonna 3-bet it. Makes it 100 to go. We'll see if Biscuit stays in with his suited queen. Sheer domination right now. He will find the fold button. Good for him. But again, we're going to tell you until I'm blue in the face about the Poker Atlas Tour making another stop here at Texas Card House Houston. Again, we talk so often about the $500,000 main event, but how about some of the awesome trophy events that just don't get as often, mentioned as much? So we take a look here. How about the No Limit Hold'em tournament with bomb pots and a reverse button? Good night. That sounds like fun. It's going to be just like playing a 1-3 no limit game. Bomb pots will happen on dealer pushes, I assume. No, actually, I think it'd be better off if they did them at levels. We shall see as that tournament develops, but talk about intriguing stuff. Tournament play with bomb pots and a reverse button. So we go 2 players heads up to the flop, both of them with 10x holdings, and both of them missing. Ace high good. Board pairs deuce is on the turn. Again, don't see any action coming through here. Ace high way good for Donut. But I mean, alongside some intriguing tournaments like that reverse button and bomb pot no limit hold'em tournament, there's also some more classic ones in there. Anyone fans of Omaha 8 or better? We got a tournament for you. Horse? Of course with the horse, of course. We got you covered. And not to mention the mixed games, we've got some mixed triple draw as well with ace to 5, deuce to 7 low ball, and Badoogie. And not to mention the dealer's choice event. So mixed game players, we're going to become your home for tournaments during this Atlas Tour.
I know, but he said he was going to leave. That's why we were going to play the Nate game.
VAR looks down at the ladies. Interesting. It must not have been the right hand that was read. I don't think VAR's folding queens pre-flop. But if he did, I bet he's glad he did now as the ace hits the board. And every time you have a big pair like that, you're going to see an ace on that flop.
No, what a bad pass.
The ace magnets.
No, just out of bounds. This is a bad foul. This looks like a foul too.
Biscuit with 9 trays suited, gonna bump it up, make it 20 to go. HV, queen 8. And David with the good old 5 deuce hanging loose as we go to a flop. It's 10 high, 2 diamonds. Connecting with the 8 is HV. A Biscuit gonna lead into him though. King of spades. It's going to add a little intrigue to this pot with the 9 tray of spades in the hand of Biscuit. HV does have a blocker to said spade draw. And that's the 8 of spades. Bet coming in from HV. It's going to be 30. And look at that. The flush gets complete. And HV is blocking that flush. We'll see if he does bet anything. He will. So lighting some money on fire here. Looks to be about $215. And with plenty of other higher flushes out there, we'll just make the call. So Biscuit gets paid, drawing to the river. And to answer the question on everybody's mind, yes, of course, we will have some live streamed final tables from the Poker Atlas Tour. The broadcast schedule, however, is to be announced. So stay tuned. Check the social media of Texas Card House Houston for any and all updates about what events will be streamed. Yeah, personally, I'm a big fan of throwing together a feature table for the main event, but of course that is a little bit of a logistical nightmare. At least when you don't have the big scale that the World Series of Poker may have, or maybe the PGT.
Well, I'm announcing I'm leaving around 8. Just letting you table know.
Ace King for VAR after Cade raises with Jack 10 suited.
My dog dirty killed me.
It's going to be $70 to go. Donut going to fold Queen Jack. It's a good fold here, but how about Shahid with Ace Queen? He's cutting out another raise. Here we go. 225. And I'll see if the initial raiser Cade can find the metal to stick around. He will not. So the question here for VAR, do you flat or do you go for it all? And it looks like the answer is flat. So to the flop we go, and this is going to be interesting. 7 high board rainbow. Does go check, check. Neither player taking the temperature of the other on the flop. We'll see if that changes here on the turn. Shahid checks over to VAR, and VAR checking back again. Very interesting. And Shahid just content to get to showdown with Ace Queen high, but Ace King way good.
God damn it, I wish I would have just flatted. Honestly, I was going to do what he was going to do, but then he had 10.
Of course, Cade with Jack 10, wishing he had just flatted to see the flop.
That probably wouldn't have worked, though. He probably would have fucking... he probably would have reached 800 if it, you know. I don't think it would have worked either way.
And we'll get you an update now from the Thursday 10K going on right now in the main card room. You still got about an hour and a half to register. And 10K, 22 players in the field so far, so still plenty of time and some great value as Chipwreck gonna look down at Ace Queen suited this hand. Biscuit with a suited Broadway hand, King 10, and how about Ace King again for VAR, same suits. He's just going to flat with it. HV with Ace Queen is going to 3-bet to 125. Shahid is all in for 407. What is going on here? I love it. VAR is going to find the fold button, so we'll see if HV can make the call. But how about the tenacity of Shahid? All in on the big blind with King 9 offsuit. $648. And will draw the fold. How about that? Again, for those who watch the stream, you know that Shahid is not one to get out of line, but he does so at the right time here. Well played, sir. And personally, I don't know how VAR doesn't make that call with ace-king. When you take a look here, Shahid still some work to do as he's trending in the right direction. HV with the prestigious honor of throwing the party now. He is down 1,300 from where he started. And 20 to go. Biscuit going to take it all down without a fight. Some mad respect being thrown over Biscuit's direction. Yeah, I want to throw a big thank you again to those who are spending their Thursday night with us here at TCH Houston. It's been a fantastic 1-3 game. We've had a little bit of everything. We've had crazy bluffs, nitty folds, big pots, and of course some 5-bet pre-flop. Got to love it. VAR under the gun with 9-8 of hearts. Going to bump things up. HV Queen Jack says not enough. Shahid, he's reaching for raising chips. He's going to 4-bet his Queen Jack offsuit. There it is, 250. Biscuit, there you go. He's all in with ace-king. And he's going to get the call from Shahid. So away we go. Ace-king, queen-jack, and a queen in the window. Look at that. The turn to the king. How about the river? It's the deuce.
Good hand, guys.
And with that, it sounds like Shahid is done for the evening. Can neither confirm nor deny the rumors of him leaving the game just yet. But while we get it figured out, of course, we told you still got about an hour and a half to register for the Thursday 10K. Yeah, that's going on right now in the main card room. Get you a 30K starting stack, 20-minute levels. Some good bang for your buck. Again, the weekly Thursday 10K starts at 6 p.m. Be there or be square.
All right, guys. Game away.
I'm good now.
And it looks like we will say goodnight to Shahid as he disappears into the fluorescent luminescence of the main card room.
I'm leaving at 8, guys. I'm like,
I did that same thing the other day where I had.
So a seat open. We'll see who occupies it. Why not you? Get yourself on the list for not only the exciting action in the main card room, but get on the wait list for the TCH Houston live stream. How, you ask? Just scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and we'll get you on the list.
How long does the stream go?
trust me, I want 2 more hours.
What time is it? 10.
Yeah, I want to stay here, trust me.
7:45. You usually go to
Usually I play for like 2 days straight.
Where you going? Coming back or what?
Girl. Stitching. You poker player too, but.
Oh, did your question hurt it?
Huh? You heard it? Ah, no, dude, you fucking drunk right now. Drinking wine.
I'm a striker.
Raise 20.
Michael with a suited gapper here, 9, 7 in spades after David raised it with a suited king. Biscuit with queen deuce, going to stick around it looks like. And to the flop we go. It's ace 10, 6, 2 diamonds. Board pair 6s now. We wait for the computer to correct itself. There we go. Oh, there's 2 ace of diamonds in that deck. We gotta get a look at this, but David will take it down. And king high, way good. And that will conclude the second hour of our broadcast. We're halfway through tonight's action. So if you haven't already hit that like button, now is the time. Hit that like button. Get 2 friends of yours, hit that like button, and they'll tell 2 friends, and they'll tell 2 friends. You know how the cycle works. And while you're at it, go ahead and subscribe. Don't miss any action from any streaming Texas Card House location across the Great Lone Star State.
I could, like, I've been here since, like, the fucking beginning.
Yeah,
I literally
very
could
first
not,
day, man.
I could not get onto a 1-3 table. It was like a marathon.
I stopped coming here because there was
Six
nothing.
is
Like, no
fine.
cash, man. And then, like, a couple months ago, I started coming here again. And, dude, in the last 2 months, I feel like every week it's just grown. I started coming here for the high hand in the morning and then just stay. And then all I did was play champions for a while.
Cade, 6-5 offsuit. Got a 3-bet it here, makes it 80 to go.
3 players.
Ace high board, ace queen 4 rainbow as we check back in here. HV with the world at his feet right now. Backdoor diamonds for David, but Cade, the pre-flop 3-better, going to lead out. Yeah, definitely a flop he wants to try to represent here. He's going to chase David away, I'm sure, but HV is going to stick around. As now the Jack of Hearts will hit the board, giving a gutter to HV to go alongside his top pair. And bet from HV here. We'll see if the jig is up for Cade. Yes, it is. And of course, a big announcement for those who have not been watching the social media feeds of Texas Card House. We are going to be welcoming a new studio into the TCH streaming family. Big shout out to the fine folks at TCH Rio Grande Valley. They're going to have their inaugural stream this Sunday. So big welcome to the great folks at RGV. cannot wait to welcome you into the family. It is going to be a lot of fun. Looking forward to the great action that I know exists out there. It's an awesome place to play. Great people, colorful characters. It's going to be a fantastic show.
Race 20.
And how about HV here with pocket sevens? Gonna make it 20 to go. And now ace 10 for Donut.
That makes these teams fucking horrible. They beat like
Queen high board, queen at 9-5 rainbow. Check, check right away to the ace. So out turning HV is Donut, and it will stay that way as Donut rivers a gutter ball and not much else. And Curiosity going to get the better of HV as the ace will be tabled and the pot pushed the way of Donut.
no, they beat them by like 70 points. Like the teams they're playing are like ridiculous. Like they're like a majority of them looks like D3 teams.
LV Coleman, hope you're doing well, my friend. Good evening to you. And of course, with the addition of RGV to the TCH Live streaming family, that gives us 4 locations that we're streaming from. You can catch TCH Live every night. Of course, the inaugural stream on Sunday from RGV will be the final table of their $50,000 guaranteed tournament. But to the action here is in the hijack. Chipwreck is going to limp ace queen. Biscuit going to raise 7 deuce. Donut's got 7 deuce as well. It's raining cats and dogs over here. Donut's got a 3-bet 7 deuce. Oh my goodness. It's ace queen to fold. Here comes Biscuit along for the ride. So 7 deuce hanging loose. Going heads up with it. Both players suited. Gonna see all black cards on this flop. Oh, well, one of each isn't too bad. Both players with backdoor flush draws. And Biscuit's gonna bet it. And it does get Donut to fold out, so the mightier 7 deuce prevails.
Like 15 black. I don't know why, like in Texas, we don't just increase lines. Yeah.
Get the little fish in.
Yeah, like,
I mean, this is like a 2-5 game in the United States.
yeah, I don't know why. It's stupid that we don't like increase lines.
I know,
It doesn't really make sense.
there's not a lot of 2-5 games here. I mean, see,
Race 20.
So Chipwreck wakes up with the 7s this time. Does bump it up, makes it 20 to go, but Chipwreck will take it down pre-flop. Nobody wanted to play that hand. Again, a reminder, your Thursday afternoons as well at Texas Card House Houston. A $20 buy-in, unlimited rebuy tournament, $500 guaranteed. That kicks off at noon every Thursday here at TCH Houston. Some good value. Usually winds up being around $650 for the prize pool when it goes, so it's a good value for absolute sure. And Chipwreck with ace-5 offsuit. Well, I tell you, whenever I see the name Chipwreck, it brings to mind something I saw at a county fair not too long ago, I think maybe 2 years ago. It was a mutton busting competition. And in the mutton busting competition, one of the riders had named their mount Sheepwreck, which was absolutely perfect. But now we get down to the nitty gritty here. Biscuit with Route 66 and VAR with 99. Biscuit gonna 4-bet, make it 200. See if VAR just flats. Well, we've seen him flat to a 4-bet twice this evening. One time, actually both times with ace king. We'll see what he does here with nines. Does make the call. Let's see a 5-high board. Let's really mess with some folks here. Oh, instead, flopping the joint. 6 is full is Biscuit. VAR drawing to a 9 and only a 9. He's got 2 outs. With the overpair to the board, let's see just how much Biscuit can milk here. $175 to go. Perfect. I'm glad to see him just flatting here. Let VAR be the aggressor. To the turn, it's the queen.
Check.
Biscuit checks it. See if VAR continues. Does slow down, so we go to the river. It's the 8 of hearts. Can Biscuit muster the check here? No, he is going to bet it. Quick bet, quick fold.
You guys got pens and people that want to.
I like it.
Small, big blind, started 6. Virtue. 6 is the best. Strada. Action 8, 4. Raise 20. Raise 75. Action 2. 475. 3.
And Donut with 7s here. Going to call the raise from VAR. David with 5s. Michael, a suited ace, doesn't want to see a flop. So 3 players will see the flop here. 8 Trey, 7s and 5s. So flopping a pair of 8s. How about that? Is VAR. He's well out in front of the opposition. Not to mention with his position and the fact that he was the pre-flop aggressor, can easily represent a premium holding like ace-queen, can just end the hand here. Get his opposition to stop drawing to anything. And he does so perfectly. And with that, we got a dealer change. And with the dealer change comes a double board PLO bomb pop. So stick around as Rex will take over. We say good night to Miss Cat.
That's just too flush for it. It's true.
So 4 cards face down. 2 out of your hand must play chop pot between the top and bottom boards.
Correct.
First board, a couple of hearts, 5, 4, 7. Second board, 7, 8, 9, 2 hearts. Boy, sensing a theme here. You can see Michael does have one of the 7s. Instead of 5s for chipwreck on the top board. We'll check it. No player actually has a usable heart draw in their hand. And a set of 9s on the bottom board for HV. He will break the ice and bet at it. Chipwreck with his middle set on the top board, of course, going to stick around. Biscuit says, no thank you, sir. And Donut with a set of 8s on the bottom board. Absolutely disgusting. 4 players we go. Pot floats to 350. As now a set of 5s on the bottom board for Chipwreck as well. And Donut's set of 8s to the rivers we go. King and 4. So we take a look now. Chipwreck has that top board locked down. And it looks like a chop right now between HV and Michael. And Michael's all in. Again, the straight involving the Jack 10 is what's going to chop that bottom board. Meanwhile, Chipwreck, who's facing a big bet, while just holding a set on that top board, is going to be put into the tank. Again, the straight well completed, the flush well completed on the turn. I do not envy the seat that Chipwreck is in right now. And a flops middle set comes runner for the flush, also completing a straight. Absolutely gross. And it looks like Chipwreck does find the fold button, which now means Donut is going to take that top board. But Donut finds the fold as well. No, Donut makes the call. There it is. HV calls as well. And they're going to chop this pot. Donut's going to get half of it. Meanwhile, HV and Michael will get a quarter of this pot. Absolutely brutal game.
taking that.
No. Let's have this conversation. What do you mean? What do you call it?
Good hand, guys.
No, why are you saying you called after me? And you're gonna break my call? Alright.
I had a set of fives, and I couldn't even call that.
Maybe I've been
Oh, no.
watching long enough.
No.
I've been folding long enough.
I wasn't-
to see
I wasn't-
what's going on.
I wasn't talking on you, bro.
No, this guy's questioning my call. You called after him. Who made the bad call? Thank you. We'll play the play.
I need someone for time.
Sorry, I'm not. I mean, we'll question the play. Thank you.
Yeah, sure. Flush, straights. I couldn't call set of fives. Figured someone had to have the hearts sometimes.
Live 6 and
That's it.
So away we go here. Biscuit under the gun. 6-5 suited connected.
one fold.
Of course, he is in the straddle. We know he's holding that. He may not know just yet. It's a pretty good hand to defend with from the straddle, but when you're up against a hand like Ace King with a player like David 3-betting, it does shrink up pretty tight, I'd say. Not tight enough for Chipwreck though. He's going to make the call. Biscuit does stick around, so off we go to a flop. 8, King, 10, Rainbow. So David with top pair, top kicker, and also has himself backdoor spade draw.
Full check. Full fold check.
Does check round to the turn, 4 of diamonds. It's going to add the gutter ball into Biscuit's, I don't want to say Biscuit's repertoire, but it is within reach. Does fold the gutter ball to a $100 bet from Chipwreck, who's open-ended. The 5 hits the river. So whatever Chipwreck puts in at this point is just going to be lighting on fire. There's going to be a snap call from David. And moving all in goes David. Very interesting. So missing open-ended. And really not that difficult of a fold to make here. You were caught with your hand in the cookie jar. Of course, if you want to milk it for TV time, this is How To 101 here on TCH Live. Does make the fold, so the pot push to David.
Keep holding. Thank you, sir.
And Var's got himself some high spades now.
Raise to 25. Seat 1 raises 25.
Makes it 25 to go from under the gun. Donut's got 4s. HV with Ace King. Oh my goodness. Makes it 100 to go. Shipwreck, Queen 10 suited. Var's going to stick around, and Donut will go set mining with 4s. Flop comes 10, tray 10. Rainbow flop. So Shipwreck is all in after flopping trip 10s. And the call from HV with his 2 overs to the board, drawing at a mere 1%. Gonna have to go perfect, perfect, ace or king. And there you go, Queen 10 will take it out. So Chipwreck, after getting caught with his hand in the cookie jar, just a hand to go, winds up doubling up the very next hand. And while we get that pot pushed again, we remind you that the Poker Atlas Tour, 16 trophy events, all kicking off on April 10th. Over $1 million in guarantees from Texas Card House Houston. And it all culminates in a $500,000 guaranteed main event. Gonna be a good one. The main event going to be starting on the 17th of April. $1,100 buy-in for your shot at the lion's share of a $500,000. Yeah, Michael going to stick around with the 6-5 offsuit. As we wait for the computer to catch up here, and VAR will stick around with Jack 9, so 3 players will see the flop. King Jack 10. So flopping Broadway HV, and he's going to check it. Michael with nothing but 6-5 offsuit and a dream will bet at it. And HV just flatting with the nuts. To the turn we go. There's the 5 of clubs. No flush draw out there. Provided the board doesn't pair, HV's sitting pretty, but you can see he's already got his opposition drawing completely dead. Does check round. And now an 8 to the river. VAR checks it, see if HV goes for some value here. It does check round, and he does not get Michael to continue to fire at it, so HV will take down a small pot after flopping the nuts.
It's a haul to get there.
Blind raised to 20, 3 folds, 4 folds, 6 folds.
No blind raise, that's mandatory shroud of 6.
Oh, I can't.
We have some confusion over what's the ruling on this.
He's saying I can't blind raise. I'm gonna go for it over.
No, you can think about it. You're good. Stick on.
It doesn't matter to me.
You can act now.
I think action on
They thought it was fine.
So the under the gun of 6 puts out 20 and announces that it's a blind raise and not. C2 is the mandatory shroud of 6 game, and he put out $20 and said that no, he's the blind 20, and then fold, then raised to 65, and then now he pulled back $10 of the dollars.
No, the 21. And you fold? You said Snow?
Snows, I think. Another really good one around here.
So back to it there as we're all caught up now. Biscuit does take it down pre-flop.
Yeah, I like paper.
I heard there's one on Washington which is really good. Is that true? Okay, that's something.
So we take a look at the player stacks now. VAR with 2710, the big stack. Short stack of the table right now is Michael sitting on $247.
They're actually about to open a second location.
HV and Biscuit non at the heels, however, of VAR. David not too far off the pace either with 2,244.
So I want their crispy, spiced up.
Do you ever play at TCH Spring?
Every now and then, yeah.
If you're ever up there one day, there's a really good place up there. It's called Corkscrew Barbecue. And so I work up near there. And that place is, I mean, I'm telling you, that place, it's like the best barbecue. So good. We used to get it like, you can only really get it like once a month because it's just like, whenever you finish eating it, it's just like so brutal, like going back to work whenever I get on lunches and stuff. But it is like delicious. It's so good. Try it one day.
Very true. I've been there a few times myself. And he is right. He is right. It's definitely more of a once a month experience. Of course, the Spring Classic just wrapped up at TCH Spring. It was a fantastic main event. Glad to see so many friendly faces and some faces I hadn't seen before, but also friendly.
When they run out, like at the challenge, anyone who lives in the town can just call and like skip the line.
VAR with King 8 on the button, gonna raise things up, makes it 20 to go. Gonna bring a couple of friends with him, and we'll see a flop three ways. King 5 Trey. So VAR with top pair. Open ender for HV, and a lot of nothing for Donut. Be 15 to go, and we'll get everybody to go along with it. There's the ace. Gonna change nothing here. The king still out front. HV still the best draw, and Donut drawing dead.
It was just during work, like coming back to work was so brutal.
And there we go. Looks like the 5 seat will be filled next hand. We'll get a name to go with that face in just a moment. And there's the deuce. That's all it takes as 5-4 straightens out. HV checks, VAR checks back, and a masterful check back it was as HV again unable to collect on the luck of the draw.
Do they have an office down there?
They have an office. They have a trading floor downtown, and then they have an office.
Trading floor just for all the commodities. All the algos and all like the software development.
I give off the creative credit to my mother.
He works at Shell. Yeah. And they're saying like I never really thought of it like that, but I mean it's almost like their trading floor is almost like a stock exchange. So they probably have like almost everything is traded on the stock exchange now. And I'm assuming like all the bots that they have for trading commodities now is like the exact same thing. Like they have little like software developers to make bots that trade oil at certain prices and they do things like immediately. I don't know, train of thought. But I'm sure that based on what I'm saying is that floor is probably cool.
Yeah, they're actually redoing it now.
And it looks like the name going with the face in seat 5 will be Roger. So a big welcome to Roger as he'll enter play with $1,518. Take a look here at the player's stacks, puts him in the 6th slot. And Donut, the 3rd shortest stack at 1229. Chipwreck at 861. And betting into Cade with the Jiggities. Gonna make it 75 to go. But HV with aces. Oh my goodness.
Auto shadow. Get my money.
Yeah, welcome to Cancer.
Get back around to Biscuit. Biscuit folds. Now we'll see what Cade elects to do here with the jacks. He is just going to flat. And we will go to the flop. Heads up, jacks against aces.
No, I said $6.
The king high board.
But also, I'm always, every day of my life, I wake up in misery craving McDonald's. And then I can't get it. Because I'm banned.
HV to bet 200.
What? No kidding.
See if Cade elects to chase the turn here, see what he can find.
That was the best advertisement I've ever
He will.
I wake up craving it every
So
day.
just under $1,000 in the middle as we go to the turn. Board pairs trays.
I'm the fixer.
HV checks, and now we'll see if Cade has the wit to check behind.
He's good. He's melting the fucking ice cream.
He does. To the river we go.
You show up and then
There's the queen.
Can I do a...
And HV's trap did not spring on the turn. Now he's going to bet big on the river. And with 2 overs to the jacks, I do think this is going to be a relatively easy fold for Cade.
Fuck it up, McDonald's.
As long as it smells like McDonald's.
The golden arches. So that's not how I wake up.
Always wearing the hamburger fucking disguise though while I'm doing it. Big, please. Sorry. Roll it back, roll it back.
And good fold, good discipline from Cade. And he will not get shown what he was up against. But good fold. You'll see it on TV later. Again, the big thought line with aces in cash games. You're either going to win small pots or lose big ones. HV, able to prove that theory wrong. Does take down a good-sized pot with aces. Of course, it always helps when your opponent's outs are limited by their initial holding. Of course, an under pair like that always more difficult to recover from than a mixed bag, so to speak. Donut, Queen Jack of Hearts. Gonna make it 90 to go. It's actually gonna get HV to fold the premium hand. My goodness, someone go take his temperature. Make sure he's okay.
Right down what does your hat say? Stacking bills?
Yeah, something like that.
I did hear tell of potentially starting up the Nick game again in the not too distant future. So we shall see if that materializes. Of course, you remember the last Nick game, Donut ended up just jamming all in pre-flop, facing no action but the straddle with ace-king after having to pay the splash pot. So talk about defending your money. He did so to perfection.
Maybe that?
I was not prepared for the stream. As a Caucasian, I'm not wearing a hat. I'm fucking out of place. Yeah, bro. Be more observant. I'm like, damn, I'm not representing well. Bringing us down. I'm sorry, guys.
And David, King 10 of diamonds will stick around. We'll see if Chipwreck elects to. It's going to cost him another $74 to make this call. I don't know if Cade is priced in per se at this point, but he will stick around. And we'll go 3 ways to the flop. Flop comes 9 high, 2 spades. Gutter ball for HV. Cade with ace high. But HV takes it down. Of course, the defending range of HV probably includes every combination of possible cards, including the mighty 7 deuce, of course. Seen that one both raised and 3-bet so far this evening.
I have to get a money for next time.
You want to play this game? What? He's going to be here for another hour.
Oh, Mr. 15 minutes.
I just blew her off, man. Just fucking ran out there.
Damn.
Give her some money.
Say go.
Fly, young one.
Go get it, girl.
9 fold.
You should get here.
What do you say? Raise.
After this annual one. Yeah.
Sure, fuck it. For what, 100?
You know what? I might not want 4
Now you can. We do. I think it was 85
Me too.
Hold the phone now. As Michael wakes up with kings on the short stack here, he is going to 3-bet it to 80.
Oh, you do have to go.
No. I got
And VAR just going to stick around, so heads up we go.
Yeah, wait a second.
Flop comes 5 high, very safe flop for kings. That coming from Michael looks to be about the $40 range.
Every time I say,
VAR with 2 overs to the board, gonna stick around.
I get throw, I gotta do
So the pot bloats to about 250. The turn brings the 6 of hearts. So the board getting scarier for Michael with the heart draw and the straight draw appearing. And as I thought, he's just gonna go ahead and ship it now. All in. VAR will find the fold, so Michael takes it down with the Cowboys. As we take a look now at our player stacks and earnings, as Biscuit becomes the top earner after taking that last big pot down. VAR in second place with $862 in profit. David, $781. And Chipwreck has made his way into the black. He's up $572. And now it is Cade who has the prestigious honor of throwing the party down $1,400. It's back to Roger. Haven't seen him raise a pot yet. He's just going to flat here after Donut made it 20 to go with the 6-5 offsuit.
I said raise to
And correction.
I'm bound to the matrix.
He 3-bets it to a very awkward $34.
I would have raised more.
And now Biscuit. Kojak. Bang, bang.
Clearly this is well thought out.
34. Oh, whoa.
And Donut's not going anywhere, so 3 players will see the flop here. 6-5, King 10, and King Jack, 2 hands suited.
Bro, 2 hats first, 1 no hat. Not a good situation for me, bro. Not a good
And it's a queen eye board. Queen 9-6 rainbow. So Donut ends up out flopping the opposition. Biscuit gonna lead out. Donut not far behind. No, Donut's actually gonna fold the hand. So Roger will stick around. To the turn, it's the 7. Would have given a gutter ball to Donut had he stayed in. But now Roger is drawing to a mere 4 outs. Has a gutter of his own. We go to the river and does pick up second pair. Unfortunately, that second pair is going to give Biscuit the straight to the king. So good bet here. We'll see if Roger ends up paying off Biscuit. He will make the fold, so a good fold from Roger in seat 5.
I'm leaving that to
So all the dust settling here. David 3-betting Queen, Jack of Hearts, HV. Right behind him with Ace King. Here comes the 4-bet to 225. And at this point, David knows the range of HV when it comes to 4-betting. I think the flat here is the prevalent play. There we go. He will just flat it. Heads up we go. Queen, Jack, Ace, King, and everybody misses the board. Let the bluffing begin.
Both of those teams look like shit, though. Texas
The 175 from HV, and David, in disgust, will make the fold.
Yeah, I'll take that.
Are we doing this? I'm so far down.
Watch this thing out of you.
You're down to like blind show.
I was joking. I mean, if somebody else would, yeah, man, all day. I'll get
And it looks like we got ourselves some musical chairs going on now as Kate will move to seat 5 and Roger will move to seat 9. See if that changes anybody's run here.
Hey, you want to throw quarters? Post one on the wall, win the stack.
Okay, so he's gonna buy the Wait, what? You want the what?
Throw quarters against the wall. Once the wall wins.
I remember seeing that. You ever watch the show The Last Dance, the Michael Jordan game? Michael Jordan played that game versus all of this. He would play that game against all the equipment managers and take all the money and the barrels.
So it's gonna be
Yeah, he's like 80 years old and he's the best at that. He did like that part of the wall.
McDonald's?
Does the game start after this?
Do I owe like $1 or something for skipping my money?
Indeed, they are very comfortable. Actually, very comfortable. I played in poker rooms all across the country, but I do have to say that I am very partial to the chairs we have here in Houston. Very comfortable. Can easily spend a few 5-6 hours in them. I do have to get to a point where I do have to turn the chair around a little bit sit with my stomach on the back of the chair. But I mean, sitting for long periods of time, you got to change it up a little bit.
5 makes it 6 folds, 8 folds, 9 folds, 1 fold, 2 folds.
Cade with ace queen, got a 3-bet, makes it 60. And David will stick around with his suited queen. So heads up we go. The flop comes ace, deuce, tray. Wheel outs for David to a 4. Does not want to catch a queen here, as that will give 2 pair to Cade. Bring him to a state of drawing dead, but the 6 only going to make things hurt a little more for him. He's chasing a gutter ball and a gutter ball alone. Comes the bet from Cade, and with the draw outs gone, David will find the fold.
Why you gotta be a dick about it?
You got ace 6.
Yeah, he's 64.
Huh?
He said you got ace 64.
All right, and you heard it here first. They will be starting another round of the Nick game. So for those who didn't tune in earlier, the Nick game is played a little differently here on TCH Live. Instead of the losing player paying each player a nit tax, that player will instead have to splash the pot for $100.
Man, I like the 120.
So the next hand will be played with already 100 in the middle before the cards are even dealt out.
This is 220, so it's 140.
Oh, that's fine. That's fine.
20 a person.
Yeah, 100.
Seat 9, still adding on, you never came up. Barrel's on 28.
Barrel.
We agree on 20, right?
Yeah, 100.
8.
20. So wait, so 1,000.
20, so you just pay for
So the dealer Rex passing out the red nit buttons to everybody. We'll see those on the table when the camera cuts in next. And away we go. Cade from under the gun with King 10. Straddle comes from David. And here comes Biscuit. Makes it 70 to go. And Cade gonna stick around. So utterly dominated is Cade, but we'll see what happens here. Flop coming, heads up. There's a 10 in the window. How about that? So out flopping. King Queen is Cade. Does check it, goes check, check to the turn. And now with top pair, second kicker, coming out to bet it is Cade. And Biscuit looks like he will fold the hand. So the first hand of the Nick game, Cade gets to release his button.
Out of it already.
It's a seat, dude. It's a seat. You messed up. You're screwed.
It's the player, it's not the seat. No,
It's a seat.
Yeah.
Trust me.
It's the play.
it's the player, right? They always like have a juju for like seat. It's always the player.
Oh, 100%. I agree with this man.
It's a seat.
I am very bad. I'm 9th place.
I'm a big advocate for seat juju.
That is also a thing. Maybe it's a mix of both.
Bar with a suited ace and the cutoff, ace 7 of diamonds. Lucky Chance card room. I can't recall having played there, Robert. I cannot recall having played there. But I will definitely, next time I'm in California, I'm going to take a look for it. That is, if you recommend it. If you're telling me to stay away from it, I don't want to go there. But if you recommend it, I'll definitely go out of my way to make sure I stop. And with that, it looks like we've got ourselves a dealer change. And during all the commotion, we did lose Chipwreck as he disappeared into the fluorescent luminescence of the main card room. So we wish him luck. And we got a new dealer, which means we've got ourselves another double board PLO bomb pop.
You guys don't like rolling with the flow.
It takes so much time. It takes so much time. It takes so much time, you know? You have to switch to another program for a double bull ball, and you have to switch back to hold'em. Hassle. Plus, it's just wasting time. So what's happening anytime?
You have to change the program?
I mean, for the production.
Oh. Are you part of production?
Kind of.
Oh. See, now we're figuring it out. Okay. Very biased opinion then.
That is true. I have spent many a good evening at the Foxwoods card room. But back to Robert. Robert, I believe Daly City is right outside of San Francisco, I believe, correct? So next time I get out to the San Jose area, I'm definitely going to have to drop by. So I do try to get out to San Jose to play at least once or twice a year. Well, HV has got all the aces, apart from one. He's got flops, aces full, so he's pretty well set on that top board. And wow, does get everybody to fold. It'll show everybody all the aces.
That's actually probably like whenever you have three aces, that's like literally like.
I mean, between Bay 101 and my yearly trips out to Thunder Valley, you know, I definitely will squeeze in a trip to Lucky Chance. Definitely so.
So the first card I see is 10 of diamonds, or extended diamonds. I'll be okay with the first card. They flop 10s.
That's pretty good. That's something. For sure.
Biscuit in the low jack with a low jack. LOL. Jack deuce suited, no good. Donut 6-7. We get back around. Donut does end up making a raise to 55. David Jack 10 is not going anywhere. And now Michael with Queen 10. Looks like a new face has joined the table. Get a name for him in just a moment.
Oh, shit. No, I didn't. No, man. Oh, fuck. You win that. Oh, you win. I won the flop.
It's very specific.
This is an interesting
I've been thinking him on that, so yeah, obviously he's going to
Whoa, whoa. Are you playing this? You playing a face up? I don't know.
He just flipped it out.
That's not recommended.
stand up guy. Oh, that's it.
I mean, obviously, I know you got it. You show, yeah, there you go.
How does it work when you play
Hey, that would have been.
I saw him fold and I taped
Hey, that would have been a massive.
I'm It was a 160.
Just have his 20 questions, so it's 160.
They playing for 20 bucks.
Man, does he really want to join though?
Yeah.
Hell yeah. I mean, that's like he's already at like a disadvantage.
Yeah, he's got
You're still out here, he's fine.
That's what I was told.
$6 channel mandatory.
Hey, that'd be a sick bluff. Just fold. I got the best hand, dude. Just fold. That'd be so sick if he turned over and beat up like decent.
Yeah, definitely so, Robert. I will make sure to check it out.
I mean, honestly, that's a good strat. Like usually when someone's like,
We go Roger here, 10-8 suited. Gonna bump it up. Donut, Jack 10. And Donut rolled in from the Dallas area today. Actually sat to his left for a couple hours playing this morning. So we go 3 ways to the flop here. It's an ace-high board, rainbow. And Queen Jack out in front right now. But Roger will take it down. And does have to show if he wants to relinquish the knit button, and does do so.
I didn't know you had the show. I didn't know you had the show.
Is that your home card room, Robert?
You don't have to, but if you want
Or do you tend to go more toward the San Jose area out there? Unless, of course, you live in Daly City. In that case, that's a stupid question. But
I mean, the only time I've ever played it was
we wait for an answer there. We have concluded our 3rd hour of coverage of tonight's action. So we got one more action-packed hour coming your way. Again, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you so far. And I know this last hour is going to be that much better. In the garden, yeah. Garden a couple times. Garden.
Then I unintentionally slow over.
Back when I was a traveling dealer, of course, with the WSOP stops out there at Garden, it was always a stop. Michael all in with kings.
You're right.
I got like a baby pair.
So Michael a chance to not only double up, but to get rid of his knit button.
You got a big pair.
That's a baby pair.
Yeah, that's a baby pair.
To get over to Cade, he will fold it, so Michael takes it down.
Really didn't want to pay that 120.
Folded 2 and went straight up.
Let's get out of that real quick first.
Fucking Kentucky, man. That's unbelievable.
Check in with the player stacks. HV back up top. A little over 3,300 now in his stack in C3. We get through here. Donut, HV with 10-7 offsuit. Going to raise it up, make it 20. David with the suited connectors. 9-8 of diamonds. Will 3-bet. And when all the dust settles, HV will come right along. So the flop comes King 10 Trey. HV out flops David. And David going to lead out on it. Betting 45, HV not going anywhere. To the turn we go, heads up. And now HV with trip 10s. He's got David drawing completely dead.
Can we get 1 water and 1 Coke Zero?
And the bet is 110 from David. HV gonna raise again, and he's gonna salt the wound. He'll show him, and he'll release the knit button in the process.
I like this time. This time is fun. I like it more than NBA games because they're just like they make mistakes and more back and forth. More crazy things happen because they're worse players, honestly. It's kind of more fun to watch.
In case you got a big hand. Yeah, it's the all three.
So you see there, VAR in second place in chips. It's $2,526 in the stack. Meanwhile, Michael still sitting on the short stack, $403. Is safe from the Nick game, however. Managed to jam all in pre with kings. Pocket trays for HV, making it 20 to go. David, a suited gapper, going to 3-bet, make it 60. But Caden with the jiggities. Oh, Rob, I thought you were talking about the Grattan Casino. My bad. But VAR with ace-king. Yeah, I shows that he's folded. I didn't think he was going to fold ace-king suited here. Well, the pump fake fold. Quite the pot brewing here. Again, he can isolate Caden by jamming, I assume. And there it is. He does jam all in. He's going to chase everyone away. Maybe not HV. We know HV's got the kamikaze in him. We've seen it before tonight. And does make the lay down. David behind him. We'll see if Caden can ditch this hand. Here in seat 7. Fresh face to the table. Does make the call. So we're going to be racing here. Ace-king against jacks. And a big pot it is. $1,974 in the middle. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. And a great jam to isolate from VAR. But Caden ahead right now. This is the point of the game where Freya takes over.
That makes 935. Everybody good?
And away we go. Ace-king on the flop. The turn, the 5 of spades. A spade will win it. Instead, it's the 4, so VAR comes away with it in a big way.
He did have outs on the turn. Spades.
Oh, yeah.
He had the spade outs to the river, just could not connect.
Good hand. What are you talking about?
I think that's pretty much your only move there. You don't want to call for sure. Oh, you're not actually. You don't have that. No, he ripped it. He raised. Yeah, he doesn't. I think this is really his only option is to rip it.
I was literally looking at my hand, I'm like, or before this, before I got it, and I'm gonna have to roll it because I got ace king.
Be consistent.
in the Nick game in full swing. Biscuit gonna 3-bet King 10 offsuit from the button. Thanks to 75 to go. Donut gonna fold Jack 9. Meanwhile, HV with the 6-7 suited gonna 4-bet it, make it 225. Biscuit gonna stick around. So 500 in the middle pre-flop. Flop comes ace, tray, 5, 2 clubs. So HV has a gutter ball as well as his club draw. And HV will be able to relinquish the knit button. Oh, he already had relinquished it. Sorry, my bad.
You full 10 there? It's kind of a tough one. Yeah. Just 5. You probably just flat for 175. No, he's saying that I was saying like the worst hand he has there is ace king or saying like.
Yeah, if you haven't already hit that like button, now is the time to do it. Hit that like button, and while you're at it, why not subscribe? Go ahead, don't miss any action from any of the 4 streaming Texas Card House locations across the Great Lone Star State. That's right, we're adding a 4th streaming studio to our family of studios, the fine folks out at TCH Rio Grande Valley. Big welcome into the streaming family. Looking forward to seeing the great content from all the great players out in the RGV area. Biscuit with 8's gonna bump it up, makes it 75 to go.
75.
You know, it's funny, Robert, that's actually my old stomping grounds. I'm from the Vancouver, Washington, Portland metro area myself. The flop comes ace, queen, 5, rainbow. So very familiar with the small card room scene out there. Some good action. It's definitely of growing interest in the Pacific Northwest, as now the board will pair aces. So aces and 8s. I swear I heard someone just say all in. That somebody was Donut, and he does get the fold. Beautifully done. So, Robert, I imagine that you're probably referring to the card rooms in the La Center area, just north of the Portland metro area.
I'm not, I didn't want to put 120 in again.
The poker scene up there has been growing. I mean, from the Oregon coast all the way up to the casinos near the Seattle area. Actually starting to see a lot more tournament series developing out there. Wish them the very best of luck in revitalizing the game in the Northwest. I know there's a big hunger for it in that region of the country.
We have a, yeah, that was kind of a funny hand. We had a 25 times pre-flop raise. And then you have a 25x pre-flop raise. You have a 50x whatever.
HV with a suited King Jack. This one in clubs.
75. Oh, actually, no, it's $6. So it's like a 12x pre-flop bet, and then it's like a 30x.
I feel like my 8 was justified to go 70.
Yeah. That's usually the king, probably.
David with a suited connector, 9-8 of clubs, and now VAR with King 8.
No.
Does find the full David 4-bet with his suited connector. We'll see if HV elects to either 5-bet or just flat at this point. Does just flat it, and off we go to the flop. It is 10 high, 2 diamonds, pairing 8s is David. David bets, and now he gets to relinquish the net button.
I got it done with 10-9. I forgot I was playing. That's the funny part. Oh, did you lose your run? Yeah. I almost did it because I didn't know I had to show my hand. I was like, no, my information is important. I want to keep, I need to go to showdown.
Nice hand, David.
Yeah, nice hand, man.
No backdoor anything.
Yeah, just front door it. Fucking scrape straight in.
One tap.
Where's my friend?
There's a friend.
Steve Vince.
You get the fucking sign. You get the fence, I'll get the knee.
David, another opportunity here. Again, just because you're not in the Nick game anymore doesn't mean you can't spoil other people's chances. Does find the fold, however, with ace-10 offsuit, and heads up we go. Flop comes 10 high, rainbow, 10-7-5. Bar ends up with top pair, Caden, with queen jack, 2 overs to the board. We'll bet 80 at it. You know, VAR's not going anywhere just yet. Not a scary board for him, and it just gets so much sweeter as the 4 of hearts will hit the turn. And the 3 of hearts. So now it's an interesting board with a 1-card straight out there. Any 6. It also completed a flush. Caden, who checked the last 2 streets of action. It's going to be a relatively tough call for VAR, but I think with a little soul searching, he's going to find it eventually. And VAR does not have his knit button in front of him. And VAR will make the call. So masterful call from VAR. Good bluff attempt from Caden as everything got there on the river.
Savior, man. You saved me and you saved him. You would have made him pay $120. There we go. Yeah. That phlegm. That's crazy. Unless I'm forgetting the hand.
Well, I will say, Robert, it is a great area. I grew up in that area. I love that area so much. I wish you the very best out there. I'm sorry to hear about the passing, of course. But Gig Harbor, you know, that's a great area as well. Bremerton area, many great places to play out there. Little Creek, not too far away in the Shelton area as well. Yeah, it's a good scene out there, Rob. I think you're in a good place, and the game's only growing in that area of the country. So the flop comes 9 high, 2 diamonds. David with the diamond draw, Cade with top pair. Yep, I know that room well. Know the room well. Renton's a great area. The Fortune Poker Room is pretty awesome. Making me itch and wanting to go back to play there, man. Sending me down memory lane. So David makes the call. We go to the river. Board pairs ducks. So David, unable to improve. Does have top pair, but Cade fills up on the river. Deuce is full of 9s. Getting the bet from Cade, 300. David makes the call. Deuces full is good.
Get in there with 90s. Always 12.
Because he wrote 12.
I mean,
Everyone's got to fold. It's a double down hand, so double the hand. Right up.
I 2x the blind. No one got scared.
It's a pretty good story of why you shouldn't raise 2 times the button.
Always 5 Except for 10. I can't believe we're still. You need to fucking win. Looking good. Oh my god, you fucking loaded up.
So giving everybody a quick update as the registration for the Thursday 10K is about to close. Like the prize pool will be $10,000 tonight. And best of luck to our 20 remaining players in the field. But now look at this. Caden, the Mighty Ducks, gonna move all in. Here we go. Giving the Ducks their love. And now Biscuit with a suited gapper is going to make the call. And now we'll see. The action is not open to VAR to raise here. So he's going to have to just flat. So we got one player all in. Heads up on the side. Big pot is brewing. The flop comes 10 high. Look at that. So Biscuit gets the best of it. There's the bet, and now Bar will make the fold. What are they gonna do? They're gonna rip it. There's the ace. So they're gonna run it twice. They're gonna run it twice, I guess. So there we go. They're going to run it twice. First river, 7. 7 again to the turn, and the second river we'll have to speculate on, but will be the 5 of hearts. So queen 10, good. And it looks like we're going to be losing Caden after that hand. So he will disappear into the fluorescent luminescence of the main card room. And again, you want to play on the TCH Houston live stream? I have the best way to do it. Go ahead and put your name on the waiting list. That's right. We are filling up the list for next week's show, as well as our 1-2 No Limit shows that air on Fridays and on Sundays. So scan that QR code in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. It's also how you can get on the wait list for our exhilarating action in the main card room as well. Spreading everything from 1-2 No Limit. I mean, we've even got ourselves a 6-12 mix that's firing off a couple times a week. So all mixed game players, we got the place for you, and that is TCH Houston.
Ah, you scared me, bro.
Mentally, I was like, I folded right when I saw
Are you 20? You're about to be 200, bro?
Yeah, Robert, the Little Creek scene really started blowing up after I left Washington when it comes to the poker scene out there. Of course, back when I was living there, the place to go for me was Portland Meadows, right across the river.
Bro, you're not even in the game anymore.
So 2 pair on the river for HV. David gonna bet at it though with his top pair. Here's the raise from HV as these two have gone heads up countless times, and HV always seems to have David's number rather than just have the better cards. But
I'm out. I'm definitely out of round B. I would do a reverse button at the max. Yeah, reverse button. No, I mean, I really don't want to, but I mean, if everybody wants to do it.
I want to extend a big thank you, of course, to everybody spending their Thursday evening with us here on TCH Live. And 1-3 no limit from Houston. Playing a lot bigger than a 1-3 no limit, but hey, it's entertaining, and we are excited to give it to you. This is the part of the evening I want to throw a big thank you to a few very important people in the broadcast. Of course, the big man, David Lagana, our executive producer. Want to give a big thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, Spencer, who's taking care of the action tracking this evening. Of course, Alan Lee, the general manager here at TCH Houston, and the illustrious dealing staff at the Houston, Texas Card House location. Can't do the show without you guys. Thank you so much.
Can we not play it when it's not on stream?
Well, congratulations to you on the upcoming marriage, Robert.
No, he's saying, I'm not sure if we're allowed to do it off stream.
That is true. I do forget that we're almost through March at this point. Coming up on the most wonderful time of the year for poker, that's the summer. Suited king. Michael wants a piece of it. Gonna make the call of 15 VAR. And you can double down with a donut with the 3-bet will take it down.
Whenever he played the thing.
Yeah, whenever he puts it in. What do you need? I'm just getting cash.
We want to talk about the action in the main card room right now. Alongside our TCH Live Thursday, we got 3 1-2 no limit tables. A couple of 1-3 no limit tables as well as a growing interest in starting up another mixed game this evening. So if you're looking for a game and you're in the Houston area, we got the best place for you to play. So we get back round to Caden. Seems to be waiting on some chips to show up, but he's got himself pocket 7s.
I need barrel.
You cashing out? I'm gonna play the turn day. I'm buying it for 15 so I can be up.
So flop comes Jack high, 2 hearts.
I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
Flopping 2 pair is David with Jack 5.
17. You can still buy in? You can still buy in? Later?
Yeah, I'll probably go in there. He's giving him a dub.
Sounds like we may be losing a couple of players to tournament registration here.
Yeah, he's giving him a dub. He's no bad.
Really don't blame him. You know, it's a good price point. The field isn't all that big right now. Good shot of the back of Roger's head there. The action gets around to Caden, who's facing $60 more to make the call. Now to HV to the turn. He'll bring the Queen of Spades. And 2 pair for David, still leading the way. David will bet at it. Looks to be about 180.
Okay, cash, Jim. He just wanted more.
Looks like Caden will fold. At least that's what it looks like here. He's not at his seat anymore. And David takes it down.
I got the button. Oh, hey, watch out, watch out. Watch your phone, watch your phone. Oh, no. Thank you. Next time we know.
Biscuit with King 10 of diamonds. Just going to make the call on the cutoff of $20. He'll go heads up with David.
My bad. No problem. Thank you for understanding.
Come on that cut.
David will bet it, and that's all it's going to take. So Biscuit gets bluffed out of that one.
Oh, is this the pot? Aces one time there.
But again, if you haven't marked it on your calendar yet, now is the time to do it. The Poker Atlas Tour makes another stop here at TCH Houston. 16 trophy events between April 10th and 22nd, all culminating in a $500,000 guaranteed main event. Lots of awesome tournaments on the horizon. And we highlighted a few of them in the early goings, but that main event's going to be a good one. $1,100 price point, and you got a chance to take home the lion's share of a $500,000.
It's going in the middle. It's splash.
Oh, it just goes in the middle.
Right. Definitely an awesome time. The last time the Poker Atlas Tour was here at the Houston location. Again, matter of fact, the first 2 stops of the Poker Atlas Tour were Texas Card House Houston and Texas Card House Dallas. So we were happy to be the very first stop ever on the Poker Atlas Tour. We're glad to have them coming back.
Gotta be like so strong to open right here.
So he don't get to play in this hand.
So strong. I'm strong. Yeah, so whenever you get up, I have to play with me.
So we get back around to Cade with pocket trays, red trays.
I mean, he just played to see what happened to play. I didn't even get activated money, man. You got paid for that.
Var, ace, king. Here we go again. Will make the raise. Looks to be about the 175 range.
Oh, okay, okay. I thought you were looking around.
Well, if I had a nickel every time Var had ace, king tonight, I could probably stop playing and have a healthy bankroll. So all the dust settles. He will end up flopping top pair with ace king. And he and Cade heads up. Cade with backdoor diamonds. Yeah, the big danger with a hand like ace king is usually overplaying it. But I tell you, VAR has underplayed ace king so many times at this table tonight. And here he is leading. Glad to see it, my friend.
My hand might be good.
And with that, it looks like we're going to have our final dealer change of the night. Thank you, Daryl. Job well done. And with that is going to come our last double board PLO bomb pop of the evening.
There is a time for pocket threes to hit, man. It was right there. Maybe I did pull the best hand. I thought threes. Check raise, yeah, he's like, he's gotta be like $800 left.
The second time you gotta like rip it.
Yeah.
Oh, you back? You thought I got out that fast? Probably gonna move right here. I love that for you. I can win this. This is what I can win. Can't beat these guys and hold them. And I need to Omaha. 2 boards. 2-4.
So we'll get ourselves a couple of boards to play with as we wait for everything to get tracked here. Here we go, our first board, 8-7-9 rainbow, and our second board, ace-7 deuce rainbow. And away we go. So we get back to it here. Checks all the way through so far. So we get over to Donut. Donut's gonna bet the pot, make it 80 to go. Has top pair on both boards. 2 pair on the top board. Not to mention the wrap up top he's working with. So 4 players to the turns. 10 of hearts down below, and the 3 of hearts up top is going to bring the heart draw into play on both boards for Cade. So Jack 7-6 tray, 2 pair for Caden here. He does find the fold button. We get around to VAR here. Again, basically just needs a jack to show up on that bottom board, and he's got it locked down, but he will find the fold button though. Cade with the flush draw on both boards, however, will take it down Jack 10 as well on the top. So he had the straight already with the flush redraw.
I probably should have done on the flop. The turn on the bottom board was good for me too. It gave me
Again, lucky to have a flop straight actually hold to the turn there. And one of the schools of thought when you're playing a PLO bompa is if you flop the nuts on one of the boards, you might as well fold because it's not going to hold at all. But good to see some variance in that theory.
I mean, I've played in association now before, but I mean, I don't play a lot of poker. Like, whenever I go to Choctaw, I usually I play poker with twice. I fucking hate Winstar.
Dude, I fucking hate Winstar.
Maybe one of the other CCHs. Maybe. Base is also pretty generic. I've like a pretty generic white guy thing going.
Yeah, you do. Do you wear like khaki shorts that are up?
I'm anti-khaki. That's my
I
style.
think they did. They used to have like some fucking weird like card craft. It wasn't real craft for a while. I don't know if they changed that. That was fucking weird. Oh, Choctaw, nice. I like that.
And all diamonds on this flop. Michael with the nut diamond. As well as, I believe that is the actual ace of clubs on that flop. But Michael will take it down just with a quick bet. I believe that ace of clubs is supposed to be the 9 of diamonds, but nonetheless, we move right along. And Michael been one of the tighter players at the table. But again, this lineup to call anybody tight really that's a far-fetched notion. And Michael's been riding the short stack all evening.
Most of the time it's not better.
Has been picking his spots well.
We're still waiting for a response on this.
When I turn 60.
We get back around to Caden with ace 9 of spades. Gonna make it 25 to go. Alex gonna take over in the 8th seat. Big welcome in, Alex. Donut will make the call with queen 9 offsuit, 10-4 suited for HV. Michael will make the call with 7s, and 4 ways we go to the flop.
We call it the Asian flip.
3, 6, 8. So how about that? It is 7s out in front right now. Does check round, Jack. Well, that would have been 2 pair for Alex had he stuck around. But now Michael in a good spot. He does check it over to Caden and checks through again. There's the king. And boy, Michael is good, but I don't see how he could bet for this at any way. Does check through, so Michael potentially losing out on some value had he bet that flop. But beyond the flop, I really don't see a scenario in which he can fire again.
That's a pretty soft bet.
And Alex would have ended up with 2 pair on that board. But now we get to VAR again with Ace King. Oh my goodness. And VAR is going to raise it. Waiting for the exact number. Makes it 30 to go. Donut's got 9s. And here comes HV, who's going to 3-bet it. Makes it 125 to go. So we get back over to Rena. Or not Rena, down the chat. Apologize to everybody who's getting run over by Streamlabs tonight. It's been a rough night. I've been watching. But VAR goes all in. Donut makes the call. And away we go. Ace King in 9s. He ends up flopping a set. Look at that. And to the turn. There's the jack. So now a queen could give us straight to VAR. To the river, it's the 4 of spades. So Donut comes away with a big win there. Big pot, $1,303 in profit. As now Donut will move into second place in earnings after treading water all night. Finally finds a way to break through.
I agree. Fuck, that's like a 42-year-old man fucking. What is going on here?
That guy does look old.
Man's been at a 9 to 5 until he got recruited by Oakland. For like,
Yeah, it looks like
he's been working a desk job.
imagining him with like a vest and he works for like KPMG
Yeah.
or like.
And they're like, hey, you want to play some college ball? And he's like, finally. I've been waiting.
Probably works at UI or something like that. He's at an accounting graduate program where he's technically like a 7th year.
Yeah. It's fucking last name. Fucking suspicious.
And checking in with the players' stacks and earnings. Of course, we saw Michael creep his way up a little bit. Again, he is getting closer to the break-even mark. And Alex just bought in. He's down $6. Oof, rough loss. Down 6. And now VAR, a suited ace. Gonna make it 25 to go. HV with 10-5, gonna 3-bet, makes it 75 to go. Caden will stick around with King 10. We'll see if VAR elects to 4-bet or just flat at this point. Here it comes. Here's the 4-bet from VAR. I really don't see how Caden, with a hand as trivial as King 10 offsuit, can call a 4-bet. There you go. Again, I want to see the color chart of the 3-betting range of HV. I really would love to see it. You know, we talk about all the GTO charts that are in use today, all pretty consistent. I want to see the one HV studies.
But I'm sure I'll raise on you.
Can we look at our V-Pips as we get closer and closer to the unfortunate conclusion of our stream? Caden with the highest, playing 20 hands. But of course, if we're going to talk about the people that have been here the longest, it's HV and Donut that have the highest V-Pips. It's made for a very entertaining show this evening.
Okay, so 5, 6, 7, 8 folds.
Who else got rivered on their first hand over there?
3 made it 20, 4 made it 60. And then 5 all.
HV gonna bump it up to 20 with 6-4 suited, and David gonna 3-bet with the HV chart. 8-5 of spades, 6-4, and 8-5 is still out in front right now. Here's the bet. Of course, if HV's been paying attention, knows David's a pretty solid player, but he will make the call here as we go to the turn. Board pairs trays. And now you can see 21 outs for HV. I mean, David's only got to fade half of the deck. Does pick up the 8 on the river, so that's got to make him feel better. 8 is a monster.
That's your main hand. You ate that hand.
Definitely in the 3-bet call range of HV. Couple of trays, maybe 7 tray offsuit, perhaps.
That's crazy. Well, there's 2 spades, are there?
That's all you need, baby. A green for some backdoors. Oh. Backdoor equity is underrated.
See, whenever I do that, I turn more equity, and then my river misses.
Yeah, that's the problem. We gotta hit.
Cade now with ace queen offsuit. Been a little bit since we heard from him. And Michael king queen offsuit. It's gonna 3-bet it. Very interesting. Okay, you saw the VPIP stats earlier. Michael's been one of the tightest players at the table, so a 3-bet from him is always gonna look scary. But look, the lack of respect for it, as Barr's gonna make the call with 8-7 offsuit. We get back around to Cade. And he's gonna bump it up, makes it 350 to go. Michael gonna fold the hand he 3-bets with, never a good look. Caden will fold, and so too will VAR, so chugging right along.
Felt like it would be wrong to call there.
You can't just take that.
By taking 8 cards out.
What'd you make it to? What?
350. Thank you. Just a little bit.
You could have made it like, 110. Just, double that bitch.
Actually, it wasn't even double spot. It wasn't even double spot.
No, I mean, I should have made 110.
Can I, when you go back, can you give me Fiji water? Thank you so much.
So king 10 offsuit for HV. Looks like he is straddling this hand. And correction, no, he just didn't play it. So 3 players to the flop. Bet coming in from Donut with second pair. And we'll take it. So Donut catching fire here toward the end of our show.
catch it.
Earlier, dude, I want to know more ballpark. I didn't know that. I was like, I got a king.
That was
I
funny.
got a vote.
Don't touch my shit.
Again, Michael with Jack Deuce saying no thank you. Action will get over to Caden. Ace, Queen suited. Here we go. Var with Queen 10 suited as well.
Give my fucking, $10 every round.
And it looks like Var elects for the 3-bet. Gonna make it 125 to go. Now action back over to Caden. 125 if he wants to make the call. And yes, he does. So we will go heads up to a flop. Ace Queen against Queen 10. Two suits going to war. And the ace high board. Backdoor club draw as well. Var gonna bet at it. $90 will be the bet. And Caden electing to go for the raise here makes it 255. Again, at this point, Var's got to realize all he's really got is a gutter ball. He's got to go perfect with either Queen and 10. But he will stick around to see the turn. We go to the turn here. Var drawing very thin. Looking for a jack right now, unless he can catch a pair. Board pairs instead. So now Var, it's got to be a jack and a jack only. And now 6 is full of aces. Is the hand to beat. Aiden gonna bet it. Does make the bet. And gets the fold from Var. All right, so I've just been handed the unfortunate news that this next hand is going to be our final hand of the stream. And I want to give a big thank you to everybody who's been hanging out with us all evening. It was a fun night of No Limit Hold'em from the Houston location of Texas Card House. But one more big one coming your way.
Start taking things too.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, that card just changed, bro.
Yeah. It did. I saw it. Red and black, bro, real quick.
So away we go. Well played tonight, Cade. Well played, Michael. Thanks for coming in tonight, guys. Thank you, Caden, as well, for joining our broadcast. Alex, thanks for playing. Roger, Queen Jack, gonna bump things up. Big thank you to Var for spending his evening with us. Donut with Ace 10, gonna make the call here. HV, well played tonight. And David, gonna go into the pot as well. So 3 players will see the flop on our final hand tonight. Flop comes Jack 4-7, Rainbow. So Roger with top pair, and he's going to bet at it. Donut wants to see a turn. He's going to stick around. Don't really see David continuing anymore. Well, he does have the backdoor heart draw, so he'll see the turn as the board will pair 7s. At this point, David's drawing completely dead. Donut with the opportunity, but ace high. He may think it's good, but Roger does have a higher 2 pair. Goes check through to Roger. Roger's going to bet at it 125. Donut going to raise it, make it 350. Very interesting. You can see the look Roger's giving Donut right now. And he will make the fold. My goodness. So Donut gets one through on the final hand. Well, it was a fun evening hanging out with everybody. Certainly hope you enjoyed it as much as I did. We got another show coming up next week. Same time, same place. And don't forget about the 1-2 No Limit live streams again tomorrow night and on Sunday. But until then, from all of us here at TCH Live and Texas Card House Houston, I am Wes Tucker, and we'll see you next week.